Hi. It's been slightly longer than normal, hasn't it? I reckon it's been something on the order of a week and a few days since I gregged last. It's been a little bit. I admit that. I apologize. I got stuck in a mansion. I'm still stuck in the mansion, by the way. It's gonna be a recurring problem. But, you know, while I'm stuck in the mansion, I may as well be stuck here as well. Kind of how it goes. But anyway, hi, we got stuff to do. Everywhere we look, there's just blueprints, yeah. I might accidentally start trying to make a blueprint in order to map out all of the crazy shenanigans that I want to do in Greg. Like, I can't escape it. The symbolism is everywhere. Is this a blueprints reference? It's gonna be a thing. Anyway, we've got well, actually, today's a bit more of a resource allocation and organization day. Last time we had the grand adventure of building the pyrolysis oven and the logistics for making the benzene from the pyrolysis oven. And then building machines to actually use the fuel from the pyrolysis oven. And thanks to all of this, we can now power our EBF indefinitely, at least right now, until we upgrade the coils and do high voltage tech, which will be a whole thing. Meanwhile, I've just sort of been prepping the stream by attempting to restock our food situation, because if you look at our lunchbox, it's empty. Gotta fix that. And I found in my travels the benefit of minced meat for recipes. And I've decided to use that to my advantage by taking a lot of rotten flesh that I had, compressing it into flesh blocks, and then macerating it out back into minced meat. It's a very convenient way to just get a lot of minced meat. And so I'm kind of waiting on me to create some dough in order to create a large collection of what is legally considered a chicken pot pie. Now, don't tell anyone where the mincemeat comes from. It would probably make them less likely to eat it. Except from all that, the EBF is just going to be running perpetually the entire day as it goes through our steel supply, making more steel so that we can have the supply, as well as aluminum so that we can make some medium voltage nonsense. Separately, the steel is being cooked at a reasonable rate. The fog is rolling in, a natural consequence of this stuff. And yeah, the factory's going good. I'm wearing some hazmat protection, which allows me to be protected. Kinda. And we're just gonna kind of run inventory, organize the plan, make sure we have the materials for those plans, and keep going. Big thing we did last time, aside from the stuff I already said, so another thing we did was we made a stack of electronic circuits once again with the intent of using them to create the world's first ever production lines. Now, I don't exactly know what yet. We've got a few options, but we're going to use these machines to do it, and that'll be cool and nice and effective. Take a nap. Right, we had a few desires, I recall. We wanted to maybe up the glowstone production so that we could get some infinite redstone and infinite gold. The infinite gold, it would be quite useful because gold is not very plentiful right now. And especially if we want to make more tumbaga for some reason. Separate to that, we had the giant collection of ashes that the pyrolysis oven is making as a result of its nefarious deeds. And that's going to give us a lot of ash we could theoretically centrifuge and then electrolyze in order to get a lot of oxygen and other trace materials that we may or may not care about. We also, because we're just going to be getting like infinite materials of specific types, we may want to engage a major inventory revolution. Swap out all the chests that have like particular categories of things with just a massive array of barrels. Vaguely shaped like the periodic table because I think I'm funny. And then we go from there. So that'll be fun. But yeah, logistics is on the mind. No logistics, how's my dough going? I prepared myself approximately a stack and a half, because I think that'll translate to about a half stack of... Oh. I think that'll translate to about a half a stack of long dough, and the long dough is what we're going to use. There we go. To make our baguette. And we got about a half stack of flesh and the other materials, so this will about expend all that we own. Oh, wait, no, I am mistaken. We keep the dough as is for pies. This is going to be even more economical than I thought. I've accidentally made an excessive amount of dough. My apologies. Alright, chicken pot pie. Mission complete. It broke. Well, these are just some of the perils you have when you're making excessive amounts of pie. How do we make another rolling pin? Is it extremely simple and easy, or am I going to have a problem? Couldn't have been that simple. What's rolling pin? If there's like a file involved? Yes. Very specifically, a file is involved. Alright, back to the kitchen. Rolling pin in. It broke again, but I think we're close enough to completion that we don't have to worry anymore. Check it out. 26 chicken pot pies. That's progress. That's food, even. Put the pie in there. Looking good here. I had to build a giant clay floor simply to have a decent looking intro. I am really running out of materials to make the intro out of. I may need to change the intro gimmick soon. But if I gotta do it, I gotta do it. So, what now? Inventory is a complete mess, as always. Take out some of this dirt, put it in the dirt box. Take this dirt, put it in the dirt box. Just sort of casually go back to business. Not every day, not every moment has to be a grand pursuit of new heights and triumphs. Sometimes you can just tend to what you have already. As a simple, humble job as it may be, it does provide you benefits in the future. So, if we want to have a grandiose barrel revolution, what is the recipe for a barrel? It is 8 planks and a log in the assembler. A chest in the assembler is... They're all low voltage. What's pine log. Doesn't have... So... The optimal recipe, I've been doing the 8 plank one like a chump, but it looks like you can just do 2 planks, 2 logs of any particular combination and get a chest in 5 seconds. So that's even better. So a 1 barrel then would be 2 planks, 2 logs, and then 8 more planks. So that would be 2 logs and 10 planks. That's easy. Let's go make an obscene amount of chests and barrels. Let's do the math here. Assuming I simply break the logs by hand. It takes 7 logs to make 1 thing. It's not bad. So in that case, simply split this up into groups of 7. I don't know why I'm doing this like this. I think it'd be easier just to go... Let's see if we make... I think we have to go 40. It's not perfect. But all of these into... planks, and then with 40 it would be 2 for every 10, so 8. Just the correct math, they both multiply to 10, so I think this is right. Let's start the simple test. I think I'm off by a factor of some kind. Yeah, this is only going to make 5 chests, and then this is way more than... I think yeah. That's okay. We've conveniently made a few chests in advance, so we can stack the numbers in our favor. Take some of the planks in here, dump them in here. And there we go, barrels. That'll be good. Then we can start making some super storage. Wonder where we'll put it. Figure it should be vaguely close to the machines, given that they're what we want for stuff. How big is the periodic table? You know, interesting question to ask, I know. Try looking this up. And now, do we go with like the full whole thing? Do we split up the super heavies into their own category, or do we embrace the super widescreen? Let's see, the normal periodic table has a height of about 7, up to the classic Oganesson, which is about the highest on the table that anyone really cares about. And then the width would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. I feel like 32. But that's if we split up the wild ones. But also, this is a completely irrelevant, like, restriction, because we do not have nearly that many materials to work with. We do not have Oganesson. I don't even think we have uranium. I don't think we have radium. I don't think we have many of the noble gases. I think most metals are not ours. This also doesn't account for the fact that we do indeed care about the alloys, the compounds. Like, we need those. It's not just going to be iron, it's going to be steel. It's not just going to be copper, it's going to be bronze. It's going to be brass. It's going to be tumbaga. So it makes a lot more sense to just sort of collect what we have and to prepare for what we want. Looking good over here. How's the compressor going? I think it should have more aluminum to burn. Yes, indeed. Alright, in you go. I'll take all of these, thank you. I don't have any big plans for what we're going to do with all of the cobalt, aside from just repair our tools with it when the situation arises. Is nice. Maybe we just do this on like a supply-demand type thing. Like whatever material we have an obscene amount of, we just swap in a barrel. The barrels have probably been done for a while now. Yep. 21 pristine barrels and only one spruce wood plank remaining. That's efficiency. So, the first barrel, I think, is going to be an obvious choice. We're about to collect 1,000,000 ashes over time with our glorious machine over here, and I think it would be responsible of us if we just made sure it didn't overflow anytime soon. Isn't there like a better barrel? Structural Mark 1, storage upgrade. Your upgraded cobblestone or dirt barrels full again? No problem. Upgrade them some more. Interesting. I'm not going to worry about factory design just yet. We're just going to go with what we know. Bonk. Take out a bunch of the ashes here, put them in there. Free new chest. Can be recycled back into the system and made more barrels. A bit of log, a little bit of dirt, general toolbox. Can't really swap that out for a barrel. We should probably make a barrel for all of the sodalite. In fact, we should probably automate the sodalite forge hammering into dust process. That's going to take 2 barrels, 2 hoppers. We can make 2 barrels and 2 hoppers. This is available to us. Look at me, this is our first bit of automation. Now the hoppers, that's just some steel plate and a chest, yeah. Well, fortunately, do that. See here, we already know how this goes. Make another chest, then we need some steel plate. Not steel plate, iron plate. Iron plate would be made with our bending machine. We are going to need 10, because we want 2 hoppers here. Just want to confirm I'm not crazy, and also to figure out what the circuit setting is. No circuit setting, just put in the iron. Great. Alright, then we shall do that. Put our 2 chests in here, take our approximately 10 iron plate, put it in this box. That's a hopper. The hopper. Maybe I need to dedicate a chest for stockpiling logistics-based materials. Like chests and hoppers, maybe tanks and pipes, maybe cables. I think today is going to be a good bit of logistics and understanding. Hey Pianui, how you doing? I'm back at the factory. Get the things that aren't the sodalite out of there. You know what, maybe this is unnecessary. We can just put the chest itself here instead of this empty barrel. I'm doing alright. I'm starting up some automation on getting the factory to do exactly what I want it to do. We're making production lines. Today's just a lot about organization, I would say. Man, you can open to land. Cool. Taking some... Well, right now we're taking a bunch of sodalite and we're converting it into impure piles of sodalite so that we can centrifuge it to make clean sodalite, and then use the sodalite in an electrolyzer to get aluminum. And also cobalt, I think. Oh, what's this stuff made out of? Yeah, no, not cobalt. Aluminum, silicon, sodium, and chlorine. And, like, at least 3 of those are useful to me somehow. But the aluminum and the silicon are top billing. Right now. I'm told I'll want chlorine, but I don't need that much right now. And I guess this can have its setting canceled and take it back. Is all fine and good. Yeah, there's a... I don't know why like, there would be an argument over this, because it feels like such a scientific problem. Like, why would scientists even argue over this? You would think they would come to a consensus on at least material. The periodic table is kind of important. Though I guess in this sense, like, they don't argue over how to spell it or anything. They just argue on how to pronounce it. And maybe you don't need to care about pronunciation when you're writing a scientific paper to be published in either Science or Nature magazine. Maybe they just don't care. They're like, alright, we agree on the spelling, let's just leave it alone. We got a good bit of redstone. The soda light's going good, and that'll be a good supply for later whenever we get around to it. Steam power is currently being fueled by a bunch of charcoal. We're not making any more, but we are also consuming it very slowly. And if worst case scenario, we need more, we just dump some logs in that barrel. Meanwhile, what other material process we can do? We can't really forge hammer anything, but we can macerate more stuff. This chest was an emergency procedure to get a stuck piece of creosote cell out of the works. It was gunking up the place, if you can imagine. Pretty good stuff there. Okay, well, in light of that just happening, I think we need to do more inventory management. Let's just keep sorting through. Let's get all of the outlying chests into our sort of front porch area and do some decision making. Pick up our dollies of all of our various stuff, bring them to one location. That's empty, so we don't have to worry about it. Random steel casing. Put it in there. We're gonna do a major audit of our inventory management. Anything that has stuff in it and is not a barrel will be queued together, and we shall have grand new ideas and future industry. Today is Logistics Day. Congratulations. I am also confused. I have often seen both spellings, but mostly just completely interchangeably. I have to imagine that the consensus is, at least within English, that the words are just synonyms for each other. They're two words, they're two names, but they just mean the same thing conveniently. Instead of arguing over which one's right, they just made both acceptable. Which is a fun way of going about it. Okay, this one's mostly empty. I can just take the items out of this and then break the chest. One last bit of stuff I gotta transport. Can I merge these into one chest? Maybe. Let's just move all the junk over. See what we can do. Yeah, it's nice. Heard a skeleton. They're probably in the basement. Yeah, they're probably in the basement. Sand in the sand barrel. We got more dirt, put it in the dirt barrel. Now that should hopefully be enough that we can just empty this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Almost. Take that crowbar. No, don't take the crowbar. Take the... I guess the ball mold. We should also remember we got a backpack. If we need a place to put additional junk, it's available. I accidentally rotated the chest. Okay, that's another chest emptied. We pick that up, we take this dolly, we bring this chest over. 7 stacks and 39, good. I think once we usher in the next wave of the Industrial Revolution, we will have enough aluminum to make those machines. Hopefully. Okay, any more chests I'm missing? There's the... Yeah, there's a double chest near the nether portal. Let's take that. But before we take that, let's just empty our inventory some more. This will increase the mess, but it will also help us travel. Point. I did it. I am the DVD logo now. Bonk. I guess just an object bouncing off walls. Here we are. Okay, this is workable. We take a little bit of the extra stuff out, and then we can split this chest into 2 chests. Like so. Figure out which one's the empty one. Then we can break this one and take the other. Yes. The audit continues. Anyway, I don't know if you've ever been here for like the perfect pure start of my streams, but the DVD logo is basically my starting soon screen. In fact, I should be able to temporarily superimpose it over the stream right now. Like, so you can see it. If I do this... Yeah. There it is. Oh, but this is using... No, let's do this one instead. There you go. Now you can see me. And now we could theoretically just keep playing the game while we're in DVD mode. This is probably mildly obnoxious. We can go back to normal, that's fine. But I do just have that power at will. Of course it touched a corner. You think I would program it and have it not touch a corner? I made sure it touched the corner. Because, like, if you're making a DVD logo thing, it better be able to touch the corner. Alright, let's, now that we've got all the chests basically around here... start taking some of the random junk that we've let lie around in the wrong place and put it where it goes. Yeah, but you... I guess not everyone is willing to provide satisfaction to the masses. How the heck did you become a streamer? It was actually just easier to program, because I don't want it to be an entire piece of software just running in the background if it doesn't have to. So it's just a looping video. So it actually bounces against the corner on a regular interval. Now, granted, it is a program. I did program it. But I deliberately made the track a cycle so that I could just record it and not have to have it running in the background of the stream every single time I stream. It was kind of necessary. You saw those shadows, right? Like, It's a whole technical accomplishment. Like this thing, this is a 3D object in 3D space, just moving around. Those shadows are being casted as like a 3D volumetric, like the geometry shaders are expanding that sucker. I'd have to compute that live, and I'm already playing a 3D video game on the side. I'd have to be playing 2 3D video games and stream it. The computational, like, complexity of that is way too much just for, like, one screensaver for the starting soon screen. Got some ashes as well. Okay, let's have a more proper doctrine and put all the ashes in the barrel. So really that barrel is just sort of a buffer as we wait for it. I forgot the chest down here. Oops. That away. We're at 14 stacks. That's not disastrous yet. It's about 3rd capacity. Well, no, it's not even a 4th capacity. What am I saying? Well, this one's empty. I will just take this. I think this was a temporary chest I used to put materials for a thing I was building. We will, however, take this one. That one stays because it's empty, but it's also part of the emergency system. I'll put that there. There we go. And then take our tech chest. I really should move those. Take the crafting support chest. And then this combined with the chest in here. There's also a chest upstairs. I'll take that. What is even in you? Just some tools? Alright, I'll take some tools. Dare I take these outside? I think I do. Let's be maximally responsible. Let's actually do what we set out to do and make a good inventory system. Good there. Take a quick nap and proceed. Splendid. We now have pretty much every single inventory on this platform in some way, shape, or form. Now we can start doing some organizational decisions, but before that, I'm going to allocate some of the resources we have here. Where's all my iron? Did I put it away? Yes. I want to make some iron chests. That is 3 double iron plates. That's gonna be 6 iron each. I'll do it. I'll make 2. Processed iron supplies are running a bit low. How's this holding up? A few more stacks to go. At least it's working. Maybe I should employ labels and things. Stone, brick, wool of bat. Yeah, that's the forge hammer beat. I told Lark to make an emote for it, but I think Lark is busy. I didn't know you could put the barrel down such that it faces up like this. That's good intel. We could put it in the floor! I feel like that'd be less useful. But we could do it. Alright. The sheet metal should be ready. The sheet metal is ready. And the recipe, what is the circuit condition? No circuit condition. Put them in. Good. Okay. You do indeed have stuff in you. Okay, let's get to work. First off, easy thing we can do is deal with the materials. We already have a system for this, even if it's not particularly strong. Put ingots in, we put piles, we got small piles of everything that go in here. Ultimately, I think the small pile situation is going to require some improvement, because right now we're just sort of coalescing all the small piles, and we should really be combining them together, but that would take some bit of logistics to make that reliable. After all, if we only got like 2 small piles of Tumbaga, it'll clog up the system for the rest of it if we just do it naively. What do we work with now? Let's start with the ores, the raw ores, the ore blocks even. Those are very simple to organize because they have already been organized. We just need to better enforce that divide to the best of our ability. Take out all the things that aren't the raw ores from these 2 chests. The ore blocks can stay because they're basically raw ores. Put them somewhere else for the time being. Great. Next up, the crushed ores is an interesting problem. How about we try to do this in a way that, like, matches the general material production line? This is how materials work. The GregTech style of ore processing is a pretty consistent chart of all the ways you can separate a thing. The way it goes is from the raw ores in the ore blocks, you macerate them into crushed ore. From there, you can either macerate them or forge hammer them, again, into impure piles with some byproduct, which can then be centrifuged to make the regular pile and then some byproduct. You could also alternatively purify the ore, the crushed ore, with an ore washing plant. And then go on to these like alternate directions. This one using rock salt ore is a bit of an odd case because it's not a metal. Let's go for iron dust. There we go. So this is a bit more indicative of like metal processing. You crush it, then you purify it, you can centrifuge it or macerate it some more. This is like the family tree. So I think if we kind of split it like this in our inventory partitions, it would work reasonably well. So we already have one for raw ore, one for crushed ore, one for impure ore, and one for pure ore. We even have two for pure ore, one for elements and one for compounds. And then a third one for things that don't really work on the periodic table, or at least don't tell us. Purified, then centrifuged, or purified piles is like a whole other direction that we don't really have access to. We can wash and crushed ore by using a cauldron manually. That's more of a special case. Crushed ore is also awkward, and there's no real reason to keep it around unless we're really banking on, like, extra macerator plays or something. But for nickel, particularly, the one I just picked, that's free cobalt in there. I want free cobalt in there. But theoretically, there's no material that we would only get in crushed form that we wouldn't get in raw ore form. So keeping this kind of intermittent step around doesn't make sense if we don't care about the excess byproduct. In the case of crushed redstone ore, I think we actively want to avoid the byproduct. What are we going to do with mercury? Sulfur I get, but mercury? That's bad business, actually. I think it's in our best interest that we simply process these fully. Same is true with the impure dust. We only keep these around because we're being... There's literally nothing to do with these except for centrifuge them into their component parts. This is just intermediate particular waste that we really should just process. So let's process it. In fact, let's process it like a responsible person. And do it with hoppers. That's right, today is the next great automation. Centrifuge automation is notable because I'm pretty sure that it's one of the few grand multi-blocks that we can just do innately. Especially so because the hatches are empty above and below, which is rare. Oh no, wait, the output bus is here. Never mind, I was thinking it was that. In that case, we are going to need a conveyor belt. I don't know if we have a spare conveyor belt to use. I could steal one from something that isn't that important. These are pumps. Where's the conveyor belt? There is one conveyor belt I know of, and that's on the macerator. Let's just steal that real quick. We're not macerating anything right now. Wow, you can just put it on the hatch, the bus. That's actually quite useful. Oh, in that case... yeah, that's set to... that's why they're set to export by default, because they don't have to care about... okay. So the normal behavior is to put those conveyor belts on the hatches themselves, not the pipes. That's why their default mode is export. Because they're expecting to already be ready. I get it. I feel like my mind has unlocked a new Greg style. And you can put them... yeah, of course you can put them on the dang... just single block machines. Okay, yeah. I've learned something today. I've learned something today. Congratulations, me. Now let's sleep before I ruin everything. Okay, next you go here, and next you go here, and... well, really what we want is we want to just dolly over the entire impure pile. Time to get to some real material processing. Now, it won't process efficiently. This isn't working. Does it need to enter from the entrance? Like, so. Makes sense. Yep, I can hear it going. Okay, put all the impure piles in there, and now this will be inefficient, but it will run. Do you hear that? The forge hammer has gone silent. They're ready. Because of just the sheer volume of sodalite ore that we're going to be processing, it would be unhealthy to mix it in with this chest system we have right now. So at some point in the future, we'll do a special bulk order where it goes from this barrel to... I guess it would have to be 2 barrels because of it providing 2 outputs. It's okay, Pianui. We can get more. We can process another thing. In fact, we were just going over how we wanted to process this and the stuff. Let's do it. All we gotta do is swap out what we have already. Bonk. A quick pause for a second. I gotta eat some lunch. Delicious lunch. Okay, this one's empty. So this will be our new output. Goes there. That chest will be our new input. Because this one's empty. No, I just ate a chicken pot pie I had in a lunchbox. Here we go. you know what we could do? We could put up a pipe that goes from there to there. Do we have the tin item pipes for that? Probably not. Ah, this is our output chest for... Yeah, okay. I remember why I put that there now. Item pipes would be in here, where we have none. We have fluid pipe. Backpack, maybe. We have 5. Somehow I don't think that's gonna be enough. Yeah, so like 1, 2, 3... Yeah, it's not going far enough. It's fine, it's fine. We can port it over manually. I don't want to spend too much resource on this right now. Going at a good pace. Pardon me for a second. I got a message from Acela telling me to file some not taxes. Okay, so processes is going well. We're cleaning out the inventories. This is great. Then what? Put the crushed ore back in the crushed ore box. Shoot. All of this is going in quite good, quite good. I'm very much looking forward to learning just exactly what our material situation is. Meanwhile, we can scout through these, see if there's anything we're missing. Raw ores here, raw ores here. The raw ores are good. The compound piles are real. Plenty of nickel, huh? Looks good, looks good. Let's check for any rushed material. Iron ore and cassiterite sand are both good. Here's an impure pile of cassiterite we can add to this box. This is not going to be as fast as just doing it bulk by bulk, because we're not going to be able to parallel everything. But it'll still work. And that's fine. Oh, missed one. Like its interest is in doing stone right now. Perhaps letting it do stone was a mistake. What does stone even centrifuge into? It just centrifuges into more stone. Okay. Just sort the stone so that it's processed last. I think that's responsible. If we needed stone, we could just get stone. Back to the inventory. So this is our food chest, but it's kind of serving multiple food purposes. This is both our ingredients to make better foods, our actual ingredients to make actual foods, and our finished food products that we're not eating right now. It also just generally has a side purpose as vague plant storage. Look at that radish. It's performing too many tasks, and that's why it's so full. I'm gonna make more chests. So I'm going to try and split it into the more fundamental roles. This is what they mean by defunding something. It has so many tasks, and it's like super bloated and inefficient because it's doing all of these things, when it really should be separate things doing specific individual tasks. This chest does not need to hold finished food. It does not need to hold seeds. We can put those in different chests, and each of those chests will be a lot more efficient and manageable. And that'll save us time and space and money. We're gonna defund the pantry. This is, yeah, this is the final output product. So it comes from there. Yes. No way to make this shorter then. Okay. Wood pulp is a technology item. May not seem like it, but the idea is that the wood pulp can be processed together to make the phenolic circuit boards. And, you know, the regular circuit boards for low voltage. Even though it may not make sense to you, it makes sense to me to have them all in one place. We should also have, like, a tool and armor chest. We tend to keep our tools and armor on us. But perhaps this would be for the tools and armors we don't actively use. Like, the ones we got from mob drops or chest loot that is nice, but isn't really ours. Get you out of here. And at the very least, it would be nice to get a good inventory handle on what tools and armor we have available. So, actually, I'm going to split this into 3 categories. One is for mining type tools, like pickaxes, shovels, and hammers and stuff. No, just pickaxe, shovels, and like hammers in the excavator sense, not like the tool hammer. There's going to be mining type tools, closer to the vanilla tools we're familiar with. There's going to be machining tools, which is like the file, the screwdriver, the wire cutters, and all that. And then there's going to be armor. That's going to be the 3 categories for this discussion. For the purposes of this, this will be mining tools, this will be teching tools, and this will be the armor. So let's put all the teching tools that we already hold on to right here. The chisel is a weird middle state. I don't really know how to define it. This is a temporary setup. We don't need to mass produce item frames just yet. What is the cost of an item frame, by the way? Oak painting frame. I wonder if that works similarly. Item for... Oh my goodness. Well, look at this. Stick, leather, iron ring, string. That's just too expensive. I'm not doing that. We got better frames. Better indicator solutions. painting frame is just... Canvas will... Look, I get it, but it's a little bit of a chicken and egg thing right now. Let me just do this here as is, so we can get to the other stuff. Tool items go in here. Screwdriver. Then we have a sword. Check. Most of our tools and weapons are in the double chest here. Here's some armor. Bow's a weapon. Fishing rod is a vanilla style tool, I would say. The hollow glasses are technically an armor. Put those there. Put this here. The knife's a tool. Tech tool. Crafting tool. Let's just go in order from like right to left, bottom to top. Arrows have a good affinity with bows, but they're not a tool. None of these are tools. No tool. Nothing. There's a pickaxe. Nope. Here we go. Doot. And we are clear. Good. Here we have plenty of stuff. Our inventory is full, so we need to stop. Next step is to do that. So in terms of regular Minecraftian tools, we've got shovels, pickaxes. So armor, we've got a good deal of pants. Here's an enchanted bow. Over here in the tech tools, we've got mortars, saws, soft hammers, files, knives. We've got the steel pickaxe. We have a plunger. Another crowbar, some mortar. Another sword. A third sword. Mortar. Flint and steel. In my bag, I possess no additional tools. The ore finding wand is kind of a tool. Okay, proceed. From here, no tool. Here, no tool. Here. Yes. Anything else? Extra scuba hat. Here. Pickaxe. Wooden binding is a part of a tool. Saddle. Oh, more arrows. No. And then this is pure food. I've already taken out the knife. I don't see a rolling pin. I think that's everything. Dump those in there. Dump that in here. Dump this in here. Dump these in here. Tool binding. Hang glider's weird because it's like a tool in the way we use it, but it's like we wear it when we use it, but we're not wearing it, we're just using it when we wear it. I don't know. Either way, that's all the tools partitioned off. Which is pretty good. Wait, forgot this one. That one's clear. What about these? Aha! You tried to hide some tools on me. Yeah, sandwich. There we go. Ellie's kind of a tech tool. Not ready to make that call yet, though. And while we're here, let's put the large fluid cells and the small fluid cells in here. The forge hammer has gone quiet. Is it true? Are you really done? You are! Get your counterparts in here, then. How's this going? Going well? Look at all these material. And through this, we have emptied out another chest. Let's do a quick chest for any more... Okay, well, crushed redstone ore is kind of a special category. I guess it doesn't have to be. We want the redstone. And there's already plenty of redstone in here. Okay, I say we just take handfuls of random junk here and put it in the other chest. For now. I will act as logistics transport for these things if I so have to. Copper and cryolite, all worthy causes. Okay. Let's try and partition wood out of a lot of things we have here. You really should be joining the rest of the bunch. There. Yeah, you're already empty. We can get rid of you. I'm gonna need my actual pickaxe. Thank you. I'm gonna need my actual axe as well. Let's take that out. Okay. Good. Keeping with the program here, let's make a wood-oriented chest, and it can be this one. Putting all of our logs and planks and sticks into here. I've accidentally completed a quest. Okay. How did I do that? Where is it even? Huh. Interesting. All right. Nighttime again while I was gawking at that. We may proceed. guess the end can be a decent the everything else chest for now. As we work to organize and combine. It was this chest we're using for trees and stuff. Let's make a second chest here for, like, saplings. We most certainly have enough. Speaking of which, I just remembered a problem we will eventually have. 11 stacks, okay. At some point, we need to worry about this. Because this could ruin us. If this chest or barrel ever gets full, the entire Pyrolyte situation is going to stop. And that will be bad. So we got to keep an eye out. We got to find a use for that, the saplings. In fact, why am I doing this when a barrel for spruce saplings specifically already exists? I made it myself. Doo-doo. Rubber and sulfur don't have to be in here. Rubber goes in here. Sulfur goes in here. There we go. But yes, wood and wood-related product. Find it, collect it. Nothing here. There's a wood or wood-related product. Empty. Plenty of wood and wood-related product in here. Saplings I will not count right now. Wood, plank. This is the tech chest. I'm gonna leave the planks and logs in here. That's too high technology for the wood box. There you go. You have the crops, which I guess count, but they're more of a farming tool. Put them in there for now, just to clear up things. Slowly, but surely, inventory is being maintained. Do I choose a bee house? No. You, no. You don't have anything. You don't have anything. Alright, top chests. Here we go. Here's the wood and wood byproduct. Garden soil, basalt, cobblestone. Looks clear to me. Saplings in here. Take these out of here. Make this the official sapling chest. Yes. Logs and planks. Crop sticks. Log. Check here. Check here. There's a plank. A simple wind meter. Bowl. And empty. Okay. So all of the wooden materials are in there. Check the backpack. Aha! Good. Remove the crop. That's a farming tool. And speaking of farming tool, maybe that's our next chest. farm stuff. Seeds and whatnot. Maybe even saplings, then. I don't expect to find a lot of bare farming material around. Not a very prevalent part of our production system just yet. What is that? An act of protest? Wheat reel? That's a crop. Seeds? Those are crops. Garden soil. Crop oriented. Cocoa beans. Mushrooms are kind of a crop. I'm going to partition this further. Let's take one of these empty chests that have nothing in them. The general nature of organics and organics-based stuff. But this is not easy to categorize. We're gonna have to be careful with our categories. We gotta be creative. Nope. Nothing. This is things. Slime saplings is important for our farming. Well, if bat plant mass is well, it's an organic, but not a thing we farm. This counts as a tree. The seed bags are definitely crop oriented. Cocoa beans are probably planting oriented. Check the backpack. Live root. Or ironwood. Not ready to make a call on that just yet. Let's just stick to what I came here for, which, well, alright, I'll take the live root. Oh, categorization is tough. Really, really is. This is going to be more strictly for things regarding the act of farming. I'm going to try and make it. The gunpowder, slime, bunch of skulls, more saplings, a lot of saplings. Cactus, ashes, confusing powder, fired clay bucket, no. Grass, the gardens. The gardens will go in the sapling container. Along with the saplings. What do we get out of blood saplings again? What's their process? Oh, we can make a rainforest oak out of them somehow. That's cool. No, we're looking for, like, tree growth simulator. We get bloodwood. We get redstone. And bloodwood gives us redstone. Okay, so that's another source of redstone. Possibly an easier one, given the medium voltage centrifuge requirements for that. But again, maybe it was a medium voltage extractor we needed. Yep, medium voltage. I knew it. Can never make it easy. Everything we ever want must always be ever so slightly out of reach. That's just the way of it. More garden soil in there. What do we do with the slime? Kind of a exotic material. Okay, how's this looking Wooden form brick, tin screw, nickel bolt, diamond saw blade. Diamond saw blade is used to make a diamond saw, but not like the regular saw. It's like the micro block saw. These are technically tech components. The form brick is a stencilized thing. These are just sort of foreign object debris on our metalworking shop. What else? What else? They're nearly empty. Not so much. Not so much. Okay, well, you are the foods. Let's separate the foods. At the very least, we want finished products, expected ingredients. So a finished product would be... Epic bacon is definitely a finished product. Delighted meal is definitely a finished product. This sandwich, finished product. But maybe it's not that easy to split. I think the forge hammer's gone quiet again. But I think we're really, 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 really out of crushed ore anywhere. Like, a lot of these are just ingredient. Like, so a lot of these are just plants, and they serve a double purpose as a thing we farm and a thing we're using. So I think this needs to go by current intent. What are we farming? What aren't we farming? We're farming cucumbers. We're farming peas. We're farming onions. We are obviously farming the things we slice out of. We're farming bread. We're farming dough. We're farming barley. But we're not going to use barley at, like, the kitchen table. We're farming carrots. We're farming potatoes. So these are ingredients. These are unquestionably ingredients. We would be cooking with them. Get them out of here. Like, we would be going to the inventory management, and we would be putting these in a crafting table to make foods out of. What we do with them. We are doing that with steak. We're also kind of doing that with mutton and cooked mutton. We're farming tomatoes. Not farming turnips. There's a zucchini, not a cucumber. Don't get them confused. Sesame seeds, scallion, radish. That's a finished product, even though we didn't make it. Kimchi is a finished product. Purple drink, whatever it is. Beef jerky is a finished product. Mincemeat is definitely an ingredient. Pumpkin. I mean, the general idea for the storage of finished products that we don't make is just that they would also be in the pantry. We're just not going to be restocking them. They're like one-time things. Like, we're not making epic bacon, but we have epic bacon. This is just the pantry. We'd eat epic bacon because it's one of the best foods in the entire game. You think I care about nutritional balance right now? Our nutritional balance is pain. The automation of Epic Bacon is very difficult because you need to farm both pork chop or tofu and every single color. How am I going to find dairy in this economy? Yeah, okay, point me in the direction of a dang cow. But also, we'll get to that. Alright. Got a decent grasp on the food situation. It's at least compacted a little bit. I didn't keep anything in here, did I now? There's a lot of farm and automation stuff that we're going to eventually need. Agreed. It would not be healthy for the animals to be this close to the factory. But symbolically, like personally, for sentimental purposes, I want the thing I automate for food to be sandwiches. And, you know, maybe some pie. I could go for a pie. It's not quite doable just yet. We just got to get some stainless steel. The moment we get some stainless steel, we're in business. Is there apple pie? There is. Not that feeling of a food. Dough, sugar, and apples is technically available. Pineapple upside down cake. Pineapple ham. A lot of options. And I do think that we'll expand our food production because I think that would be cool. So we got to start somewhere, and I'm going to start with sandwiches because sandwiches are both complicated enough that it's interesting, and the necessity for stainless steel makes it a good landmark for when we can probably just automate all the foods. Look, some of these. We got a spare moment. How's the centrifuge running? Pretty good. How's this looking? Pretty good. Going through a lot of silver right now, it seems. Yep. Just silvering away. Appreciate the lead. Let's take like a column of these, which is to say a row. Slap them in here. The order that these all shall process is pretty arbitrary and not efficient at all. But they will process. And I will be happy. As for the forge hammer, do we got anything else to forge right now? Press is empty. Wait. It's going, but it's not making any noise anymore. I think it got sick of making noise and just stopped. That's funny. Oh, that ground looked weird to me. It's just sandstone. It seemed anomalously smooth. Okay, now let's combine things. So, fanciful books will go in the special items chest, which is this one. I wonder how my dirt chest is doing. I put it over here. Yep, it's got dirt in it. Sure does. Okay. Next chest I want to consider. All this food. Food and more food. Is the, like, mob drop chest. And I'm gonna do it in here, simply because this one's already almost empty. Mob drops are a little awkward to categorize, because a lot of the time they drop something that we can also get elsewhere. But something like a piece of flesh, string from spider eye, those feel mob droppy to me. We're gonna have to play this one by general vibe. Like wool of bat, coagulated blood. Actually, I think that's from the smeltery, but... yeah, technically I haven't eaten this yet. Let's eat it. Wow. I'm astonished that didn't do anything bad to me. Crazy. Anyway, here we are. All of the skulls... definitely want to take those. Raw human meat, it's a human mob drop. If you'll accept it like that. Bones, gunpowder, leather. Do all these skulls, wool of bat. Okay, string I'm starting to think maybe we shouldn't put in here, because technically we're farming string right now. We got cotton. We've gotten it. We've caught it. So maybe don't count that. Skull. Here, let's see here. White deviating lily seed. Purple. Arrows. Leather. Gunpowder slime. Naga scale zombie brain. Lightning summoner. Plenty of these definitely qualify. Leather qualifies, I'm going to say. Bone qualifies. Gunpowder and slime. Okay, gunpowder technically qualifies, and we aren't using gunpowder for anything. So let's check if we can. What would we use gunpowder for? Fuses. Bullets. Oh wow, we can make bullets right now. And put them in open modular turrets. Alloy smelter to make carved glass creeper face edition for style. Mixers are obviously going to make all of these splash potions. We can make fire charges. Brewery. Yep. Splash potions, of course. Crucible to make the aspects, of course. Arcana infusion, orb crafting, runic altar mana infusion, botanic brewery, imbuing station. Carpenter, enchanter, packager, Greg Tech material parts. Is there really nothing special to gunpowder here? It feels so plain. Like it's not a part of any major production lines. Wow. Well, in that case, I guess I will treat it as a mob drop for now. Gunpowder I have in here and put it in here. Got about a half stack of gunpowder and I got nothing to do with it. Weird. Okay, then we got ink sacks. That's definitely a mob drop. Empty map. Confusion powder. I'm pretty sure we got, yeah. Naga trophy, ectoplasm, miniature yellow heart. We got that from somewhere, I'm sure. It's a mob drop, definitely. Malachite does not appear to be a mob drop. Lightning summoner was from a creeper. Ender pearl, definitely. Doop, doop. Doop, doop, doop. Should put that trophy somewhere. Should use the trophy for its intended purpose, possibly. Provided there is one. I'll put the arrows in. I was hesitating on putting the arrows in, but I'll put the arrows in. And the reason I'm put the arrows in this is because I don't really use arrows. Bones, leather, and string. And a fragment is technically dropped from a mob. Slime, take the flesh root, which was taken from a garden. So this is a plant. Leather in there, bones in there, confusion powder, ender eye fragment. The slime stays with me. Let's start combining this chest and that chest. Especially like the stone. The stone. Dungeon wall, cracked dungeon wall, black granite cobblestone. Gravel. All this is more special. Put the slime with the slime. Do. Okay. Flame string, tongue of dog. These are drops that I should consider. Okay, that's full. And just in time, too. All right, we really are coming down to the fundamental essentials here. It's going to stop being about categories and more about where they're expected to be used. We've congealed, and now we can delegate. A lot of good dust. You are open for approximately 2 rows. Put those arrows there. Could allocate maybe a gem chest. I remember having one of those. Some of these chests are designed with purpose. They hold a very particular thing in them. You can just absorb the magic out of a bottle of enchanting for 10,000 EUs. That's funny. We can use magic for power. Take the clay out of here. Take the cactus charcoal out of here. Put that back in the cactus charcoal smelting zone. Clay goes in here. Cactus. Cactus. We gotta drain the creosote out of that soon. We gotta restock the steel maker. Unless we can do EBF steel making now. Where's blast furnace? Where's blast furnace? There is blast furnace. Can we not? Steel. It's you. There we are. Pig iron dust with oxygen. Is there any non-oxygen baited? You can answer. You can ask a non-Minecraft question. We got time. We can take steel dust, convert it directly. If we want to do any of this, we're going to need dust form of iron and oxygen, which will make ashes and steel. But an EV, we can do it with coal powder or carbon dust, but that's EV. We're in MV. We're very much solidly in MV. So it takes oxygen. But also it is really fast. I have never played Satisfactory. You know, to clarify. I'm a little conflicted. I have too many games regarding, like, base building logistic strategy that I have on the backlog that I want to do. This, obviously. But then also, I haven't even played Factorio Space Age yet. Because I started this series instead, because I don't know why I decided to do that anymore. So if there's any game of the nature I would play next, or soon, it would be Factorio. Maybe do another belt chest pipeless thing in Space Age, combined with the fact that I'm going into it blind. That would be horrendous, and also incredible. In some ways, I think it might be easier. I think they did some better stuff with, like, inserters and things. But in some ways, it'll definitely be harder, because how the heck am I going to do space stuff without pipes? That's going to be a puzzle. That's going to very much be a puzzle. I'm sure I will, but I'm a little conflicted because I don't want to have the Pipeless Chestless series coincide with me playing with Acela, which is something I want to do. So I might have to play it with Acela. Preferably that one's blind, because I think that would make it fun. And then separate to that, I probably afterwards do Belt Chest Pipeless again after a little while. You know, now that I've scouted out the situation. I should make some, like, ramps. The cheapest ramp material. Theoretically, I could make the ramps out of a bunch of carpenter blocks. That would be a sane and reasonable way to go about it, if I could maintain any sort of content-oriented schedule. Have you seen the past few weeks of streams? They've all been blueprints. Clearly, I don't have the self-control to partition what I'm doing. I tried to not play Blueprints and played Balatro, and I spent the entire 4-hour stream losing. I didn't win once. It was hilarious. But I do want to have more variety. I really just... I'm at an annoying point where I can't stream often enough. It used to be that streams were like a struggle to have them happen, and I'm running out. I've ran out of days. My entire work week of streaming is full, and I still can't do everything I want to do. It stinks. I mean, it rules, but also it stinks. I'm just sort of playing it by heart. Each individual day, I'm like, what do I want to do today? I'm sorry, Lark. One day your schedule will clear up and you'll be able to join the pantheon of members of Int that actually stream. We lost Quint a while ago, and now we need a heroic replacement. It's mostly just me out here. Once Great Ace Attorney is done, Acela will be here too. But even then, I'm part of those streams as well, so I get no break. Not that I mind. I'm having a great time. Acela, me stream combos. Is it really a collab if we're part of the same company? What is this? What is going on? We have an infection? Boop, 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 boop. Oops. Boop. Okay, what the heck happened there? Is it happening anywhere else? No. No. It's just there. What happened? Why do we got weeds? Okay, I know why that weed happened. But I thought that weeds only happened if there was an empty plot of crop. Or you had, like, advanced crops that were evolved so hard that they mutated into weeds if you did something wrong. But it seems like there, they just sort of spontaneously grew into existence. Is the grass, or like the tall grass that was here, spreading weeds into the farm? If that's the case, this is dangerous. I don't remember that ever happening for Season 1's Big Spruce Farm. Why is it happening now? Maybe it is like foreign interference, because the thing with Season 1's farm is that it was in an underground bunker laboratory. It was practically an internal greenhouse. Weeds couldn't get in. Maybe there is a mechanic through which weeds can get in now. Because it was weeds all along this edge, right where the grass is. Right where the tall grass used to be before I broke it. Maybe something's up. It's spooky because it means I can no longer reliably trust it. We have salt. And salt-based products are going to be tough to categorize. Let's see, stone dust goes in the stone dust box. This is a element, a rare element, graphite. Soda light's a compound, put in here. Glass dust. It's technically a dust. I guess it goes in here. Let's see. We want a tech logistics chest. Make that this. And with this, let's move over all of our blocks, machines, pipes, cables, and other stuff, like motors and things. Frame boxes can go in there, like a major component of machining. This is like our processed material, so fluid pipes, there's another fluid pipe, there's some item pipes, there's a pyrolysis casing. Emphasis on the machine blocks and logistics blocks. That's what will go here. That's logistics. Is there any use of coke oven brick aside from just it existing? Yeah, you combine it with infernal brick to make advanced coke ovens. Which we may want. Brick. Bricks are a pretty heavily used component of a lot of Bronze Age machines. It's not unreasonable that you'd want to keep them around. Maybe that's where I draw the line for right now. Or maybe this box is pure logistics and parts. And then here's machines and material, ectoplasm. Ectoplasm is a drop. The use of ectoplasm. Spectre glass is what I remember using ectoplasm for. But we can also make spectre iron at high voltage. What's Spectre Iron do? Spectre Chestplate, Protection 9. Spectre Swords. Do these do anything? Armor of the Dead. Making Spectral Iron. An armor made from it is better than diamond and highly enchantable. It also will drop healing orbs that will heal up the nearest player when picked up. Side effect is you'll become partially transparent. Side effect? You mean bonus feature? Okay, so that's cool. Reasonably solid piece of armor, provided we could make this stuff. Requires an upgrade to Canthal. Spectre Key. Purpose unknown. Keep it around. We can find a use for spectral glass. I made that moat that one time, but that was because we were in an enclosed space. Here. We can do another 2-line run of stuff in this box. Trying to avoid the redstone for as long as possible. Just because there's a lot of it. How the results looking? Pretty good. Already a stack of stone dust. Did I fail to sort them out of the system? I guess I just did the stone dust. Can't complain. We did need to process it. Let me sort this, see what it would do. Nickel would be next. We've already got sodalite. These others in here. Let's just reset the order perfectly here. There we are. Ah, of course, it's because it's feeding from here. Now it should be going in order of item priority, which is to say item number order in the internal code. Gotta sort it somehow. And these are well ordered. I've got some carpet lying around. I don't have a need for carpet lying around. Let's just put it back upstairs where we theoretically got it. Done a bit of refactoring everything. Let's do a lighting check. It's looking good. Oh, that's a threat. Ooh. No longer a threat. Lights over here look good. Down here looks fine. Alright, lighting's good. You are a lot of random junk. I'll take the small pile out here because we do have a place for small piles. Right. I forgot we need to restock the steel machine. I got distracted. In you go. In you go. Stack of you. Stack of you. An extra half stack. Take this out. Take this out. These out. Keep the system running. Okay, we're officially out of iron again. We got some iron we can process. Pyrite counts. Not much, but there is there. Put it in here. Do not macerate my pickaxe, please. Put the ball mold back here. Where is the ball mold? There's the ball mold. And these are technology blocks for constructing a big thing, so we should put them in the technology block for constructing big things chest. I know it's been basically 2 hours of me doing inventory management, but this has been actually quite fun. Or at least relaxing. I'm having a good time. Even if everything feels a little bit more like a mess than when I started. So, right now, the knife is used for two things. I just realized I forgot an inventory. This. What's in here? Mostly circuitry stuff. There's an empty cell. I'll take that. Take these out. And let's take the cables out. They are logistics. The rest of you can stay put. What's the best? We get the calcite and clay and stuff out of here. We've been filling up inventory space for who knows how long. Cables going here. For the random bits and pieces, suppose they can go in here. Just little scraps of material left over from all of the various advanced crafts we've done. And just sort of make their shallow way to be recycled. Things like rods and screws and bolts and plates and casings. In principle, we want to be making the machines we want in bulk to a particular extent. Like how I've been making the stack of electronic circuits every single time. Something I'm quite satisfied with. Ice cream. Delicious. They're at the chest to use. I'm going to swap these. It doesn't need to be a double chest anymore. And we can use this for purposes. Granted, this one doesn't have to either. I should make the sodalite barrel now. That'll come in handy. Saves us plenty of inventory as well. Silver. What can we get out of silver? Galena gives us sulfur. And is itself lead and sulfur. We give us silver, but we have silver. I think there's nothing really to it other than processing it like normal. And then with galena, we can melt it directly into lead, which I think is fine. I don't want to split it between lead and sulfur if we don't need to. So let's do this. Nope, that's the output. Do this. Do some casual processing. Every little bit helped. Let's take out the machine block from here, put them in here. Dispensers, pistons, and whatnot, they do count. But does dispenser count as a logistics block? Maybe not. You can use it as a logistics block, but it's more the end product. Well, if the food is done being sorted, we can go back, put it back here. And then start cooking. Let's also bring the finished foods chest pantry. I guess it'd be more like a pantry and a refrigerator. Yeah, okay. We have our ingredients here. We prep it up here, and then we'll put it in here. Which I can't reach because it's on the ceiling. We'll put it here. We can't have both chests connecting to this chest, otherwise it doesn't know which one to do. It just picks one. So we'll put it off at a diagonal. Good, the dough is ready. We can also maybe make a bulk supply of the crafting tools, like the knives and the rolling pins. What's it take to make a knife? File and a hammer, plus a rod and plate of the associated material. We can always have some of our tools for making tools here. And then get the knife over. There's only two things we use the knife for. Slicing up materials and making rubber rings. But we really shouldn't be using the knife for rubber rings anymore. After all, we can fluid solidify that out of molten rubber, which is easily accessible to us now. So I think it's high time we took the knife and made it a purely kitchen tool. As far as the rolling pin, you can only make it out of so few materials. Let's see, regular rolling pin is 16,000. We can make a polyethylene rolling pin for double the durability. Stainless steel rolling pin, that just seems excessive. You can make an aluminum rolling pin, which 1600 versus 3200 versus 12,000. It's like 10 times, so maybe it is worth it. Stainless steel is inaccessible, but ironwood. I think we can do ironwood. Root gold and iron. LV mixer. Activated recycling on live root. There's... We could do this. Get a lot of live root. Or we can go with the simpler recipe. Maybe we make some ironwood. I think we only have... Did I put it in the plants? I did. We have 6. That'd be enough for a few rolling pins. Maybe this seems like an irresponsible use of live root, but it's a use of it. Let's allocate some of our old classic mortars to the job. I'm mistaken. Pure macerator recycling, then. Live root. Take some of these, put them in here. Hope nothing's stuck in the pipe. Nothing should be able to get into the pipe because it doesn't have a conveyor belt. Pyrite. Put it in here. It's a good jive when you've got the forge hammer beat. I've grown quite fond of it personally. Quite fond indeed. What are raspberries doing in there? I eat raspberry. Look at how slow that eat is. Is there any... It is, but we're not making that food right now. They can go in the regular plant food ingredient pile. Deep storage, perhaps. Chugata. Alright, we got the live root. Let's go find ourselves a little bit of iron dust. There's some. And then the gold dust we need to awkwardly separate into the tiny piles, which means we're gonna have tiny piles remaining. Chugata? There's our ironwood, which we make into regular ironwood by just smelting it. Nothing unusual here. Ironwood rod, the classic system. We can even lathe it. Don't tell Kit that I'm using my ironwood supplies to make kitchen utensils. I feel like Kit would be unhappy with my decision. Okay, I think Kit found out. Okay, you're fine with this? Good. It does mean I am participating in ironwood technology. I am producing it. It's a product right here, and it will be used probably for produce as well. So that's a double pun. I forgot the actual definition of the word produce. Produce generally refers to fresh fruits and vegetables intended to be eaten by humans, although other food products such as dairy products or nuts are sometimes included. Well, alright then. Alright, so we're gonna have 12. If I'm gonna be making these into rolling pins, what's the good ratio on that? Yeah, I guess it's the stuff that a farm produces. Yeah. Product. So... natively... Okay, so let's just assume I had, say, 3 ironwood. 2 of it would be rods, 1 of it would be ingot, but we also get an ingot back, so it makes 3 to 1 rolling pin and an extra ingot. So technically it's 2 per pin. Which means we could theoretically make 6 rolling pins, except we can't because we won't be able to make the final one. Let's just make 3 for now. We'll have our ironwood supply split in half. Half of it will go to rolling pin production, and the other half we'll keep later for whatever other thing we want to make. Feels like it's a decent material to make soft mallet out of. That's a hefty durability. Look at regular soft mallets I make out of, like, wood. 12,000. Ironwood. 307,000. Oh man, if Quentin had one of these in Season 1, we would have had so much tofu. He wouldn't have had to have kept stealing all the rubber. Okay. So, for 4... Sorry, 3. Gonna need that, and looks can be deceiving. We will have 3 rolling pins and remaining 6. Even though I've put 6 in here to make lathe, it'll give us double. It'll give us some bits to recycle. I think I'll just prepare the craft up here. We need to get our file. File goes there. We put 3 ironwood ingots there. I'm still holding this quartz sand. I suppose obsidian goes there. Lathe is halfway done. What of this? Are you still going? No, you're done. Fantastic. We now have over 1.5 stacks of aluminum. And with this, we can make many a low voltage, medium voltage machine. And that's good. In case you were uncertain. Final one. Perfect. Get these back into dust form. We can resmelt them into ironwood ingots, and we will have our 6-6 split. Bonk. Fell down here again. And with this, we go into here. We have the file prepared. We put this here, and that is 3 rolling pins to be used as needed for our culinary shenanigans. Happy to see it. Especially important now that we're entering into a pie meta. We've done a lot of sandwiches, and now we're adding pies to the mix. Mostly because it's easier to get the meat utilized in a pie than it is a sandwich. It's also the only way we can find a good use for mutton. Speaking of mutton, I've kind of squandered a lot of the mutton by accidentally cooking it. What am I going to use this for? Lamb kebab? Outrageous. Cooked mincemeat can be used for epic bacon. Chico roll. I guess it's used in burger. And like weird long sandwiches. Pizza toppings are available. It's a garnish. Hearty breakfast, we require egg. Taco, there's no easy thing to use it on. Maple canned bacon, chocolate bacon, suadero, hamburger. We can just make a little tiny burger. We can turn a cheeseburger into a bacon cheeseburger. We can make a hamburger. We can macerate cooked minced meat into cooked minced meat. That seems paradoxical. What's this, though? Flattened dough is bending machine dough. Then we make a raw mincemeat pizza, which we then smelt into a mincemeat pizza. Not the most filling thing ever, but something to use it for. Alright, you know what? I'm convinced. Let's make some pizza. Weird mincemeat pizza. Doesn't have any other ingredients in it, but it'll work. Macerator is overkill, and I don't know if it even works, so we're gonna go mortar for this one. 11. Then we're going to need some dough. I think we have some spare. Yes, we do. We put it in a bending machine to get flattened dough. This is a brand new food. Beep. Oh, that's fast. Good. Get the cooked mincemeat in there. We have a raw mincemeat pizza. I'm excited now. Put it... Oh, you can eat it raw. I'll eat some raw. To get it down to 8, and also just have that be in the compendium of all foods I've ever eaten. Then we'll cook this 8. It doesn't matter. This thing cooks 1 charcoal for 16. I shouldn't have done that. It's fine that I did that. Marginal losses. We're fine. If you're ever worried that you're going to be upset about having not been absolutely perfectly efficient at something, just be like, marginal losses. You play it off as no big deal. It's a marginal loss. It's like, oops, I accidentally didn't save 1 penny on a purchase. It's a marginal loss. You don't gotta care. Now you're speaking like an entrepreneur. I'll just slap this. Nice. We've kind of evolved beyond the need for sticky resin at all. I don't think there's any use for it that isn't already covered. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Just makes a torch. You can use it for mica-based pulp, but I would much sooner use raw rubber dust. Like, all situations where you would use sticky resin have basically been replaced by our farm of slime balls or raw rubber dust, which is from our farm of slime balls. We don't need it anymore. I think the way I'm going to get rid of it is the way I just learned how. Convert it to a torch. You need an assembler to do that. Good thing we have one. Boom, boom, gimme. More torches are always nice. $17 stacks, we're over a quarter full. Maybe we should start that. I think the first big production line we should do is solving the ashes. So let's think, let's stare at this really hard and figure out what we need. Okay, staring over. Let's figure out what we need. The ashes, our plan is to centrifuge them out into their fundamental components. This requires, well, just a simple low voltage centrifuge. We've never built a low voltage centrifuge because we haven't needed to. We've had the steam centrifuge, but this has so many outputs that the steam centrifuge doesn't fit it. We will need another. Now, a low voltage centrifuge will do the job. But look at that time constraint. 30 seconds. 300 seconds, even. That's 5 minutes. That's basically the amount of time it takes for us to make 2 steel. With our 2 bricked blast furnaces. Not ideal. So, we need to consult the rate at which it's making ashes here. Which is the rate that it is making charcoal, thank you, from the fluid extractor. And we're going to have to do statistics here because it's not guaranteed. We make 20 charcoal per minute basically. All that charcoal goes into there and makes, on average, 2 ashes per minute. The centrifuge takes 36 ashes over the course of 5 minutes. So 1 low voltage centrifuge is enough to meet the demand. The next part of this, though, is very interesting, because we're going to be having a lot of byproduct, all of which is going to be making a dust component and a gas component. Where we are centrifuging these out and making a lot of material that we want to then electrolyze. And provided we have the time, we could just electrolyze all of them. 4 seconds over the course of 9 crafts is 36 seconds. Let's say 9 here, that's 3, 3, and 3 over 2 seconds. That's another 6 seconds. Still under a minute. This is 4 seconds, but only half the time. Let's just add 4 seconds to the total, though. This is 7 seconds for 7. Let's add 7 seconds to the total. This banded iron electrolyzed is 7.5 seconds for 5, so that would be another 7.5. And then the soda ash is 5 seconds, basically. The trouble is that most of these are a low voltage craft, except for the soda ash, which is high voltage. Unless we can have a convenient way to filter out the soda ash from the situation, it will clog up the system. It's also going to clog up the system anyway, because we're going to have, like, partial... I mean, the electrolyzer, the centrifuge, I think, can hold 2 stacks of a thing. So it would take 2 things to clog the system. And we can just have a buffer chest. Buffer chest into hopper. Or even just pipe it into the hopper itself. Go from there. Yeah. So we would swap this out, or just put a hopper down here that goes into a centrifuge. That centrifuge would then hopper into a chest, which would then hopper into the... Maybe even not that, it just hoppers into the hopper, and then the hopper goes into the electrolyzer, and the electrolyzer will have a hopper output to a chest that holds all of the dust products, and a massive chest that holds all of the oxygen. And through this, we shall have our production. We're going to store all that oxygen. Do I need to make another one of these? Maybe I gotta. Because if I have my way, we are going to be using a lot of oxygen. This is a power I never really had before. I guess I had the sort of sequence-breaking, high-voltage, infinite water basin early, because I won it in a game of Minesweeper. But that required electrolyzing water, and I only ever really used it for the arc furnace and the EBF briefly, and I always had to wait on it restoring. This, however, would be a grand collection of oxygen. Just a lot of it. And it would be glorious. Let's look at our tank options here. Actually, let's look at the quests and see what they think a good tank is at this tier. I think low voltage already gave us access to medium voltage tanks. Yes. Steel, dark steel, fluid pipe. And this holds 128 buckets of oxygen. It's a lot, but not a lot in terms of how much we're going to be making. Requires an electric pump, bronze fluid pipe, bronze. The hardest part would be the dark steel, and that's just because we've never made it before. How does one make dark steel? I've got to wonder. Dark steel dust in a blast furnace makes complete sense. The cupro-nickel variation requires oxygen, but Canthol does not. Dark steel dust is a mixture of steel, coal, silicon, and obsidian. In a medium voltage mixer. Forget, did we need a medium voltage mixer already for something? No. Wait, so why the heck did they recommend we make it now if we needed dark steel? Unless the electrical... Yes, the electrical steel variation does not require medium voltage. It's steel, coal, and raw silicon for 3 electrical steel. And then more coal and obsidian for that. At what appears to be an almost correct ratio. I think it uses more steel. You get like 3 electrical steel per. So maybe not. Okay, let's make some dark steel. Start with making electrical steel. That would be steel, coal, and raw silicon dust. Coal dust is actually a pain. But I don't need much. Should I craft this one first for the quest? Maybe. It would give me a lot of steel. Capra! Hello, you appear to be yelling at me. So we want just 1 steel, 1 coal, and some... What was it again? Raw silicon. That'll make us 3 electrical steel. Cool. Alright, let's hear the update. What's new in VTuber making? There's some steel. There's some coal. It's a little awkward how coal is so necessary for particular things. Alright. Electrical steel. We're gonna need 3 more coal and 3 obsidian dust. Not happy about losing the coal like this. Congratulations on it being mostly done. Even though in your sentence you mentioned a thing that you still gotta do. Okay, electric steel's done. Put the obsidian dust and the coal. Make me dark steel. But yes, congratulations. I'm glad you've done it. Okay, we're gonna need 9 buckets of oxygen. Where the heck am I gonna get oxygen in this economy? Electrolyzed water. I can make that centrifuge now. Yeah, you know what? Let's make that centrifuge now. Contingent on me not having already made it in the past. No, it looks like my past self has not pulled through. Unfortunate past self, but you know what? I forgive you. I had my best interests in mind at the time, I trust. Centrifuge. Okay. 2-tin cable, machine hull. All the classic components we've come to expect. Check our tin cable supply. We don't have any. I'm willing to make some. I am willing to buy some. Forgot the coins are over here. Let's get just, Oh, we're running out. Well, in that case, let's take it from the tech chest. We don't have any rubber in the tech chest. We are running out of rubber sheets. Awkward times. Okay, I am going to commit. I will buy it. I'll just buy it with some coin, and we'll call it done, and then we'll think about just having a perpetual rubber situation. Set this to 10, please. Set it to 1, please. Spider's having a bad time. There we go. Now we go to the coins. We buy the tin cable. We have the tin cable. Put centrifuge on the block here. We need 2 motors. I know we have 1, and I like to build them in pairs, so we will build more motors. Let's see here. These 6 will be for the rods. We are going to need some copper wire. Tin cable's already available. We're also going to need to make the casing. And then we're going to need some polyethylene, right? I guess we could skip that. No, we can't skip that. Well, let's think about this. I know we invented a protocol for swapping the machine over. I need my wrench. I'm also going to need to get a bunch of oxygen. The irony being that I'm doing this for oxygen. But to start off, we're going to, instead of using oxygen, just use compressed air. Because we can make compressed air using things. We're just going to make a lot of compressed air. Just bulk produce compressed air. That's going to take a while. Okay. While that happens, I'm going to have time to think. This is going to be a thing. Duke, the wrench. Alright, so this process is particular. Go here. The gas is powerless on setting 5. So we set this to 5. We wait for the current craft to be done. Waiting for this to be empty. It's ready. Now we wait for this to be over. The distillery goes to setting 2. Wait, hold, belay this order. Stop. Don't let the wood gas in yet. We need the plunger. Okay, setting 2. Oh! Wait, what's the temperature of ethylene? 295. 350. Wait, so that was fine. Why'd you freak out? No, this is wood gas, not ethylene yet. What's the temperature of wood gas? 295. So what's the problem? Is it just because it's a gas? Then turn off fluid auto output. Why is it doing this? Is the pipe leaking? Because it's a gas? That's the only thing I can really think of it would be right now. Like, maybe a wood pipe isn't airtight? That's a very awkward, very specific problem to be having for this exact one thing. I can swap it out with some bronze fluid pipe if it pleases it. Is 6 gonna be enough for this? 1, 2, 3, yeah. Okay, we'll do it like this then. 4, 5. Okay, it's looking a lot more satisfied now. He wants to do some reconfiguring here. What about my wire cutters? We've got a little bit of time before the system starts backing up in awkward ways, and the only... Like, it's not that hard to solve it, we just remove the charcoal. So we have time to manipulate this. I know. We're gonna lose some... Yeah, okay, just forego the benzene inside. Take this pipe, conceptually put it back. The trick I learned from the EBF. Wrench it that way. And go that way, and I'm doing this because it'll give us a lot more reliable access to the pieces that make this up. We are going to have to kickstart the system again by bringing in our own benzene from the reserve, but so be it. Not a big deal. Let's just call it a bucket for each. 2 buckets for each. 1, 2. 2. This is back online. This has made us some ethylene, preferably. It makes more. Through, power's going through. Is there any connection I'm forgetting? You're just off. Power back on. Let's take some more benzene out, just to be absolutely certain everything will sustain for as long as we're doing this. There. Full power, everything going good. Maybe try and calculate how much ethylene we're going to get per craft. While this goes on, let's just take our compressed air. Prepare the chemical reactor for making more molten polyethylene. Polyethylene. That is chemical reactor, circuit setting 1 if we're using compressed air. We are. Circuit setting 1 chemical reactor is ready. The compressed air is inside. Now we will simply need to move over the ethylene as it is produced. And it is being produced. Not much of it, thank you. I guess the ethylene conversion isn't very good. We're using a distillery. Better results, probably from sulfuric acid, ethanol shenanigans, but the distillery will give us wood gas to ethylene at a rate of 224. Very good. But we don't need to treat it as like a bucket is 1 unit. We're treating it as an ingot is 1 unit. So 144 liters is where things start being useful to us. And my desire here is to simply get a decent enough backlog. Let's get one of the large cells so we can move it over easily. I don't know why I insist on using the wrong chests for... And I know the chest it's supposed to be in. Let's see how much it makes in one. Now that we're no longer squandering all the stuff. Let's also try and steal the charcoal as it comes in. Okay, in one cycle, it makes just about 1 ingots of ethylene. So we're making 1 ethylene a minute. Which means, theoretically, we'd be making 1 polyethylene a minute. Not the fastest thing ever. But if we make a few more machines here, we can have it completely modular and self-sorting. I don't know how to filter fluids, but there's probably a way. Oh, no, of course. We use the transmutators. Not what they're called. We just slap one on here. One goes into a distillery for coal tar. One goes into a distillery for coal gas. And we simply just change the circuit here, and it'll do the rest. Meanwhile, the charcoal goes into the fluid extractor, which then goes into the wood tar taker. So really, we just need another distillery. Alright, I figure we have enough. At least for now in this highly inefficient setup. There we are. It's the old 5 to 9. Let's take out that. Let's plunger the rest. Back to making wood tar. Now reconnect to this. Oh, not quite yet. Forgot to set the circuit setting 3, but now we're good. And now, fluid auto output. These are rising. We're back to production. And thanks to the charcoal, which we weren't using, we have a backlog from the polyethylene construction, so it's not even a big loss. Oh, right, where's my pizza? There it is. Mincemeat pizza. Nice. Oh, we're experiencing the benefits of new foods. Let's put it in the lunchbox. Next to the tomato slices and the pie. Back to the chemical reactor for a second. We have more to give. I figure we just take that out of there. Plunge the rest of that. Then, put the polyethylene in there to be used for making the things we are making. We can buy tin cables again. Machine hull, put that. We're also going to need 2 tin cable. And that just works. Perfect. Next up, we're going to need 4 of these for the fire. Did I already make these? I did. Thank you, past self, for being at least 33% attentive to what we were doing this whole time. This is chlorine. Do not be fooled. You might have thought it was water. Unfortunately for you and me. And more unfortunately is that you might thought it was oxygen. They are a very similar color. I wonder if that's true for liquefied chlorine and oxygen in real. Curious to learn. Okay, here we go. That's 2 there. We got the 2 here. We've got the 2 here. Finally, the polarized holes. There's our 2 motors. 2 motors. There is our machine hull. And there's our centrifuge. Splendid. Now, in terms of power supply, the fluid extractor is using how much power? 16 EUs per tick. How much would a centrifuge use on ash? 30. It is not enough. The rest of it's already heading out. Because the pyrolysis oven uses 64. 64. 94. 110. There is actually enough room here. If we do, say, this. We do, say, this. Now we need a conveyor belt, because the auto output is already being used for the fluid. We pipe it up. It's the centrifuge. This could work. I really don't want to go out of my way to make one, but I will need to eventually. So let's just do another round of this. Get some more copper for wire. Just 4. And head back. I'm starting to think I should maybe make a stack of motor as just another, like, bulk craft thing. I think I may have said this already. Maybe to complement the stack of electronic circuits. These 2 are done. Excellent. We'll polarize them. You're just working fine right now. Yes. Done. Cable done. Rods are basically done. There. There. Here. To here. Now we need the rubber sheets, and we need more rubber sheets than we have right now. Meaning, we need to make more rubber. Any spare rubber at all? No. Well, take a stack of sulfur, take a stack of raw rubber dust. Dark steel there. Put in the chemical reactor and see what happens. The reactor is real. Put that in, put that in. I guess the circuit condition doesn't really matter all that much. A fluid auto output, it will go to the fluid solidifier, which is full of chlorine. It is no longer full of chlorine. I fixed it. We are going to want to get the plate mold and turn them into sheets. We only really need 2. And there they are. From here, we go here, put them in this line, put these 2 here, and then put a tin cable in the middle to connect the 2 motors. There's our conveyor belt. We can put this on as a side cover here. Then take any spare tin item pipe from here to allow us to pipe them upwards. This is going to... even better idea. It doesn't have to be exactly there. Maybe there'll be a bit more volts drop, but I think we're still well within acceptable bounds. Put it No. No, 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 no. I'm incorrect about all of this. The whole system can be altered. I don't have my crowbar. I need my crowbar. We have a lot more luxury here than I was originally expecting. And we could use that to our advantage. Check this out. Look at the centrifuge. Here. Then we put... Wait for it. Like this. Get rid of this. You doing anything good? Hello? Is it because it's covering the side it's using for output? If that's the case, I can just replace this. Which is to say, place it again. Like this. Then put the conveyor belt here. Now, if this starts getting ash put into it slowly over time, then we'll know we've won. One stack every 20 seconds. Does it need to be a stack before it funnels it over? Or is it simply waiting 20 seconds? Wait! It's real! Okay, okay. Next step. Dump it. Yes. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Where's my battery? I had a battery dedicated to something. Yeah, okay. I just want to check that this is going well for it. Can I put batteries in a hatch? No. Think about this further. I could move the transformer up. That would save some voltage drop. Yeah, let's do that. How are you off temporarily? The default mode is step down, is it? Yes. Okay. I'm going to do this with care and precision. We'll officially be offline in 20 seconds. Because the math works out for me. It's just a matter of, is the voltage drop too bad here? I want to put it in my favor as much as possible. Ah, I've forgotten to do that. My mistake. That's been clogging up the works too. Can I rotate these to face down? I've only ever experienced or used these pointing outwards, but can't they also point down? I want to check that immediately. You're good with that, yeah? Yeah. Okay. As far as this one, I'm a little less confident I should do that. Because I want... This is the front-facing part, which you can't attach anything to, so... all this would do is cover it. But covering it doesn't matter, because it's already doing its job. And what if... put the output here instead. Put fluid pipes going this way and out. Then this one can go this way and out. And we have access to this facing here, which we're good with. And you're nothing special, you're just circuit setting 3. Place you this way, circuit setting 3 immediately. Wrench you up. Fluid auto output. That's already piped in good. We wrench this down. And suddenly all these brawn pipes are redundant. We only need one. I feel like I've learned a little bit more about the art of good logistics here. Out of there, goes into there and there. This is unnecessary. We could even elevate it up here. Go across the top bar. Yeah, I'm really happy with this. Back to what I was doing, though. You get extracted. I don't know what you're putting power into. Oh, that. That out of the way. This out of the way. These out of the way. Transformer goes here. It is in step-down mode, which is desired. It's a little more logistics. Power's going down, and it's simply a matter of piping it in. Connected there, you are... You want it up like that. Yes. Okay. You're in. Face down. The benzene pipe in. Wrench that in. How's your battery looking? 64%. Get the benzene back in the system. Power proceeds. Are you charging? Yes. Okay. That's much tighter. Voltage losses will be less, which means it's much less likely that this configuration will stall out the entire system. We could theoretically move these hatches over here so that's immediate pipe in, pipe in. This little extra bit of pipe is not an issue. So, power restore. Now with power restore, we want to see this is still rising. Machine's not stalling. I think we have a winner. I'm learning so much about the art of electrical, like, machine layouts and stuff. This is a big improvement over the stuff I used to make. Battery's charged. We're not stalling. We're getting the results. And now we can start just stealing some oxygen out of these. With a little bit of extraction. Let's go over to the electrolyzer. Not that electrolyzer. This one. Ha 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 ha! Everything's working. And we're about to have a very, very, very reliable source of oxygen for the foreseeable future, provided we are willing to wait that long. We can even expand the system over here, get another gas generator. Work the benzene more. We now have 9 oxygen, which is exactly how much we wanted. In order to go over to our EBF on setting 11, I think, we pump in oxygen from downstairs, if I recall. This is mildly inconvenient. I want a better way to access that, now that we're using oxygen quite often. Now we get the dark steel. Which is in the dark steel chest. Just to confirm, it is setting 11 with oxygen. This will make a perfect ratio. Dark steel, ma. We're doing it. We're producing. This production is making me hungry. Eat a pie. Dark steel. What can we do with dark steel? I know there's like an entire sector of Tier 2 dedicated to dark steel. It wanted me to make conductive iron and pulsating iron before making dark steel, which is here. Oh well. Not the problem. So, what does Ender IO provide for us? Dark steel chest. Compelling. Dark steel pipes. They are a fluid pipe, okay. Much better than bronze steel or potent pipes you might have been using. Make sure your wrench can handle mining level 3 or you can't deconstruct them. If you don't need these, just recycle them to get the materials back. Not everything needs ginormous pipes or high heat tolerance. This is true. Dark steel chest. Tired of applying bone meal or fertilizer by hand? A sprinkler can take water and boost your crop growth. Bone meal or fertilizer will make it work faster. Note that the sprinkler does not work with IC2 crops. Well, that stinks. Oh well. Wither killing chamber. Okay. The Wither. The best item fluid energy conveyance until applied energistic. So this is the logistics lord, huh? Note that the other half of Ender or IO is in high voltage. Okay. Tantalum ore is something we've seen, I think. A little bit. Machine chassis, ore processing kind of, RF batteries, smelting alloy. Alloy smelter. This combination of smelter allows you to produce fused quartz, quite clear glass of all variation. Does not alloy you to make the EIO alloys, though. You'll need a mixer and probably an EBF for that. Yeah, I figured that out already. Portable tanks. Fluid tank. Until now, you've had to use buildcraft tanks with dollies to carry liquids around, which can be a pain with all their slowness. These portable tanks from Ender IO are able to push and pull liquids by themselves, as they have a built-in pump which is powered by some magic energy source. How convenient. The pressurized versions are twice as large. Just be careful because it will eat water cells instead of returning them. How much can it hold? It doesn't tell me. Wait, I can hold shift. That still does not tell me. Can I hold control? No. What the heck? Why are the recipes for water here? Brewing liquids. Okay, there's a lot here. Ah, conduits. This must be the power transverter. Possibly the most awesome way to transport just about anything in multiple different ways. Get some conduits of each type. Oh, this is just the general purpose logistics thing. Item conduit. Ooh. Polyethylene I have, pulsating iron, and small electrum is probably these things. Yes. Okay. Dark steel tools and weapons. Mining level is equivalent to cobalt, but I have cobalt, so maybe that's redundant. Exciting, though. I was just getting the dark steel for the Greg tank. I'll happily use it for other things as well. Looking out. See what other desires we have. Fluid storage is generally what I want. Storing and transforming. That's for power, though. File for the masses, nuclear physics, space race, multi-farms, mass processing. Look at mass processing until tier 3. I mean, we did do some of the steam things. To our benefit, I might add. But I want to tab for holding items. Storing and transfer. This is still just power. Safety first. Battery hulls, high voltage battery, medium voltage battery buffers. Cable diodes. Sometimes you just need a diode. Either to prevent burning up cables when splitting off a main line, or in a thermos server's chunk borders. Okay. Yeah, this is just power, not fluid. Better bases, maybe. I think these are just to make them more beautiful, though there is a section on better chests. Anything about tanks? Fancy illumination, Project Red illumination. Forestry. Let's go to the ones we only have. Basic automation, maybe. Water items, power, gas, plenty more. Cool. First automation, crazy minecart thing, pipes, chips, junctions. What's this take? Glass panes and rods of metal. Oh, so they can like quantum exist together like a bundle of conduits together that all do logistics transport at once. That's really good for interleaving transport. Cool. How space convenient. Before we do that, I need to know you. Liquid translocator, red alloy plate, steel fluid pipe. Under pearl aluminum casing. Doing some deep contemplations over here. EVC. Polyvinyl chloride. Ethylene and chlorine to make vinyl chloride. And polyvinyl chloride is simply... Oh, that's what PVC is. Polyvinyl chloride. So then this is probably where we want the chlorine then. We take some ethylene, add some chlorine, get PVC. Cool. Then molten plastic, which is just polyethylene sheets, yeah. Sodium persulfate, kind of looked like chlorine there for a second. The board requires polyethylene copper foil plastic circuit board. Plastic circuit board here is iron 3 chloride or sodium persulfate. I'll go with iron 3. Unless they're really insistent. I've already done this. And it was the other use of chlorine I had so far. Future's looking pretty good. Hello. Look at all this. Look at all this. That's free iron. We're farming iron. Farming a lot of things, actually. Potassium, magnesium, soda, sodium and carbon, phosphorus. I don't even know what I'm going to use with all this stuff, but I have it. I think it'd be kind of funny to go into like molecular physics, just convert everything into hydrogen, just literal a proton with like a neutron pile somewhere else, and then just like ratchet up on the periodic table to make whatever material I need at any given moment. I don't know if that's possible. We're way, way far away from that kind of crazy material handling. But it'd be funny. It'd be really funny. Okay. How you holding up? You are full. Good problem to have. Let's see if we can't sort you out a little bit. Let's take some of the silver out. Bring it to the department store of elements. Clear up our inventory a bit now that we've just done a project. There's our logistics. Some pipes, some more cables. Good. That's reasonable. Halfway full in the benzene tank. We've got power to spare. So what do we do with it? What's our current project? I think we're going to be making a lot of production and manufacturing, and I want to sort of... We've been running off of, like, very simple, just here's all of our machines, use them as you need them. But now that we're getting, like, big production, we want to sort of split these off. And to do that, we're going to want to make dedicated stations for making the materials. One material we are going to need for a long time is rubber. And we already make rubber, and we know the production line to do that. So let's just split off rubber production from here and just make it in a little corner. And it'll just always be rubber. We put in sulfur, we put in raw rubber dust, it makes us rubber. And then whenever we need it, we'll do whatever we need with it. We can even have an assembly machine that takes in the rubber to make, you know, to coat the cables. And then we also have a solidifier in case we need to make sheets for conveyor belts. So if we want to make one of those, it's going to be a 3-step process. We're going to need another chemical reactor, we're going to need another fluid solidifier, and we're going to need another assembling machine. Let's do it. Age of Automation is beginning, and we are going to start with a simple one. Dedicated production line. A new and exciting technology. Yeah, you can imagine that this benzene pipe will just go over here and have a little station where it's like, hey, we make rubber. What is the power requirements going to be? So, molten rubber in a chemical reactor is 16 EUs per tick over 30 seconds. The 16. Fluid solidifier using molten rubber is 4. So we're at 20. And what about the assembler? Making coating cables. So I guess let's look here then. 8. 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. It's looking like an 8. So 28. That is one low voltage generator. So let's make a low voltage gas turbine. Gas turbine. What do we need? Basic gas turbine. That's a motor, 2 circuits, 3 tin rotors, machine hull, and tin cable. Splendid. Before we can do any of that, though, we are going to need to... We're going to have to cater more to this, aren't we? Take out the cobaltite, put it in the compound chest, which is you. Then... we want tin. We are low on tin. I think most of our tin is held up in considerate sand, which we do not want to electrolyze. We care more about the non-renewable tin than the ever-abundant oxygen. But we do need more tin cable, and we're out of money. So, the old-fashioned way it is. And then take this out. Put it in there. Put it in here. Set this to 24. That is the classic coding coding cable circuit. For that tin cable, we are going to need 2 motors. Start working on that. Iron, iron, iron. Look at iron in dust form. I'm future-proofing myself. I know I'm going to need more motors. I'll just make 4 now. We're going to need copper wire, not cable. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to need a lot more tin for the rotors, but that's just going to be a matter of waiting for the rotors to be done. Here, though, we can prepare the machine casings. Then... not enough tin cable yet. It's okay, we're about to have enough. Here's us, having enough. Behold. Code our cables, they go in there. All is well. Wire mill these. Smelting might be done on the ingots, mostly. Lathe. here. Coating's going well. We should get ready to swap those out as needed. Maybe we should also start making the tin plate for the rotors. We're also going to have to lathe some tin ingots in order to get the tin rods, which we will make into the rings. Is there no better way to make a tin ring? Fluid solidifier at medium voltage. When we put a stronger step into medium voltage, we are definitely going to want to do that. Until then, take what we got. 4 cables are complete, so let's empty this out, put these back in, save 1, put this in, clear that. 6 cables here. There's our machine holes. Waiting on you, rods. 4 of these shall be polarized. I gotta remember, I can walk under them now. Got this nice little channel. Saves me a little bit of stepping. Here is our 4. We now simply need 8. We are at 6. And we're almost there. What are the steels doing? It's been a while. Yep, and it's been long enough. And I suspected it was a matter of the coal clogging up the system. Charcoal. Weirdly enough, I'm hesitant to use the cactus coke because it takes a lot more manual management to do it. And also, we have use for the dark ash. After all, it gives us carbon. Ever so slowly, we're going to want to convert over the ashes to the centrifuge. Remove our backlog a bit. I can do better, actually. Do it there, then let's do it here. I'm getting good at this. More tin is worthwhile. Smelt all the tin. Lathe is complete. Shall get our consolation iron dust back. Get our 4 motors and prepare to make the pumps I'm certain we're going to need for some part of this. Right now, it's just a gas generator, so it's just the tin. Let's do 6 tin for recycling purposes. Anything else? Anything else? No. That will be that. Oh, I didn't account for the generator in the steel that I'm making. We need to make more... We need to make slightly more ethylene, unfortunately. This really is turning into a pain, huh? Oh! Wait, I knew this. I knew you could fluid extract tin at low voltage. I've been using it for reasons. But I never made a rotor mold. I should probably make a rotor mold. Let's see, how do I make a rotor mold again? Rotor mold. I take a casting form rotor mold and I put steel in a fluid solidifier, or just cast some steel onto it. The classic 5, possibly 4. It might just be 4. So, casting form is blank cast. File hammer in this configuration. Blank cast is just molten aluminum brass. Do I have any left? Yes. Give me some of this. Got it? More tinkering. Got a hammer file in here. Hammer file. Rotor mold. And theoretically, we put that there. We look for 4 steel in here. We do not have 4 steel in here. Not the worst idea to just have some spare steel in there. So I'll put an 8 total. That glass is filling up a lot of space, huh? Let that run. Motors, we got the tin rods. Got the tin dust. Actually, realizing the renewed importance of this system, we can just fluid extract all the tin, just make the rotor directly now. Let's do that instead. Once we get to medium voltage, it can fluid extract a lot more materials in just whatever shape we want. Making screws and stuff will just be a matter of having the tanks for it. And that's good. Right now, unfortunately, it's a little harder due to the difficulty of fluid handling. What am I doing over here? What was my objective? The mold. Yes. Get that steel down the bottom. Let's pour it in. We're getting our mold. Here we go. Squid. Ha 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 ha! Mold Lord. Lord of the Mold. Not that kind of mold. Give me rotors, please. Wow, how much material are we saving on this? I put in 12 plates. That would be enough for molds anyway. This rules. Great. Should do this more often. That on the docket. Gas turbine created. We now have a fuel source. We even got a quest out of that. There's that. How to generate power. There it is. Nice. So, gas turbine will power all of our needs for this adventure. What was it, 28? So, yeah, if we all connect to one cable, that should be fine. All right. Put that in there for now. What else do we need? We need the fluid extractor. Pricey. We also need the fluid solidifier. Equally pricey, but in a different way. We also need the assembler, annoyingly. Yeah, that one's pretty pricey. I did not make enough motors, huh? This is all fine, though. The pump is more tin rotor. Annoyingly, it also requires a screw. I did not make a screw mold, have I? Certainly not. Let's make another blank one. Let's just check the screw mold. Yep, casting form screw mold. Which is file and hammer in this configuration. Maybe I should make some aluminum brass. Just make a bunch of molds now. Seems relevant. Aluminum brass is a tiny bit of aluminum and copper. Yeah, I just need the ratio. Mostly aluminum, a little bit of copper. Okay. Just say it's 4-1. Did that look correct? Yeah, 16 to 48. It's 3-1. Okay. Go for 2 of these then. I don't want to spend too much aluminum on it now that it's our main machine resource. Bonk. Oh, there was some copper in there already. Doesn't hurt to have a little more. Alright, let's make that screw mold while it's working. Embracing the ability to sort of operate with fluids is going to make this a little more manageable, I feel. Okay, I have absolutely no recollection of what it was. File top, hammer to the right. There we go. We'll use the other 4 steel on this. Pop that to the bottom. Confirm it's on the bottom because I don't trust myself. Yes. Dump it. So, is there there's not a cable mold, right? Yeah, there's just rods, long rods. Maybe there's a way to convert them, but the wire mill's fine. We solidify them into ingots. We actually have to smelt them into ingots no matter what, because a lot of our tin comes in the form of cassiterite sand. And if we try and fluid extract cassiterite dust, well, you can't. Oh, that's compelling. We need a lot of tin. Hey, look. A lot of tin. We're at a point where we're doing fluid handling actively. So how do we make the fluid cells? Double steel plate and bronze ring. 4 and 4 makes 1. That is quite demanding, huh? What quests give us these? Portable tanks too small. Well, we make 4 and we get an extra. We have 2, so we need to make 2. So in order to make 2, we can cheat. We can cheat. I'm cheating. Okay, cheating's going to be a little difficult because we still need the physical cells, and I spent a lot of them on compressed air. Still, though, should be possible to cheat. We need 1 more. How do I decompress you? I can distill you into helium gas? That's fun. I guess compressed air is just a cell full of air. Centrifuge compressed air, you get oxygen 4 empty cells and a lot of nitrogen. Let's just... dump it in here. Distillery would be the best way to get rid of it. We have a basic distillery around somewhere? We do. So just plop it in there. What's the recipe? Circuit setting 4. And I'm just doing that so I can plunger it later. Maybe we can have, like, the absolute minutest bit of helium, and that would be funny. But that's really not what I care about. Okay, let's go pick up all this chlorine and then put it back. Hey. Chlorine, there it is. Let's redeem these 2 large. And we can put it back. Now, we just need to empty this one temporarily. I'm going to put it in the fluid extractor because it's a... No. Nope. That's full. That's full. That's full. Wait, this is full of molten soldering. No, not tin. Molten rubber. You're full. You. And we didn't have to make a single one. Alright, let's start recollecting. soldering alloy. We're looking for tin, please. There's our tin there. Soldering alloy. There's our glue. I put the rubber. The rubber is still in here because it likes to make more of itself. Food auto output is off. Soldering alloy basically only goes in there anyway. Great. Fluid handling is a lot easier now. We need an advanced distillery for this step, right? Yes. Yes. Well, that's unfortunate. Meanwhile, let's get the... Oh, here's the tin. Combine it with this tin. Fluid solidify. All this tin. What do we need? Ow. Molds do we want? What's the propeller mold, though? There it is. So what exactly are we going to need? This is just pistons and other stuff. That's not normal. What we need is pump. So fluid extractor will need a pump. Fluid solidifier will need 2. That's 3 pumps. Each one will require a tin rotor and a tin screw. Let's collect up all the random tin we have lying around now that we can store it perfectly as a fluid. The extra drops lost here. Here. This little tin screw. All of it can have its fluid extracted. And from this we can forge better stuff. Not to be lost, but to be reshaped. It's as simple as this. This is not enough tin. Fortunately, we've prepared a lot in advance. And I appear to have already lost it. I put it in here. I put it in the bag. Tin? Where'd you go? Did I put it in that chest? Yes. Okay, so... I'm gonna go with a solid 20. 1, I guess. The exact number doesn't matter. Fluid extraction and solidification is a lossless process. We can convert freely between the two. The only problem would be a remainder. But fluid extracting an ingot gets us 144 liters. And fluid solidifying an ingot requires 144 liters. The only thing we lose is power, which we are making indefinitely through a renewable process. It's just that easy. think I'm starting to get diminishing returns on my foods. Yeah, 50%, 25%, 50%. Not looking good. Okay, put that in there. So we're gonna need 3 of these. This is screw mold. 2. 3. And then we're going to have to be careful in this one. But if we go too far, it's fine. If we make extra screws, we can just re-extract them. Oh, that wasn't nearly as fast as I thought it would be. 2 and 3. Very nice. I think it deserves an output. I think it helps to have one. And I also think that even if we don't always use it like this, so long as these two machines are right next to each other, we should probably make the fluid output there. So if we're explicitly fluid extracting to solidifying, we don't have to go anywhere else. It just goes over. That'd be good for a dedicated tin solidification. But I reckon we'll have multiple different things. So, what else do we need for the pump? 3 tin cable, 3 bronze fluid pipe, 3 motor, 6 rubber ring. Start assembling that at least. So, put that in there. 3 rotors, 3 screws. 3 cable, 3 bronze fluid pipe. We do not have the cable here, but we have the cable here. 3. We should have more bronze fluid pipe, because I've extracted a few from the pyrolysis. Very good. Get the ring mold. We don't have a ring mold. Time for a new mold. Wait, that might not even help. We can't fluid extract bronze yet. No, wait, no, what am I thinking? This is rubber. This is a rubber ring. We can totally fluid extract rubber. We're doing it already. We're gonna need more steel for the smeltery then. In you go. In the meantime, what is the construction of a ring casting form? Oh, I didn't pick it up. It went to the hopper, didn't it? Yeah. I'm on to their tricks. My own tricks. Okay, so... ring mold. Mold for a ring. Casting form ring. It is hammered to the right. File up top. Oh, we're off by 1. With all of this prepared, we can make the future. Ink. The only things we can really fluid solidify right now without diving into medium voltage is tin and rubber. There's not many things we need made out of tin or rubber. For rubber, it's mostly sheets for conveyor belts and rings for pumps. For tin, it's mostly rotors for pumps and screws for pumps and rotors for occasionally other things like the gas generator. Not that big of a deal. Meanwhile, let's get ourselves a rubber tank. Put it in there. Get ourselves... We're going to need six rings. Okay, there's one problem with the hopper, and that's I'm going to lose count if I stop looking. Maybe forego this. Either way, we got the 6 rings. We can put them in here. Okay, the 3 bronze fluid pipe, and then finally the 3 motors. As always, we never have enough motors, do we? Didn't I have one extra from earlier things? Yes. This won't help me in the long term because I'm still going to need to make more ever. Quite soon, actually. But for right now, I can at least make these. Good. Pumps in here. Let's go for the fluid solidifier. Because that one, at the very least, only takes pumps. Gonna need to get some glass in. What's missing? What is missing? 2 cables. The chest should be absolutely easy. We've made so many today. Like at least 20. Most of them got turned into barrels, but that's fine. I really thought it would be in there. Is it logistics? It might be logistics, but I don't think I put it in logistics. I think I'm just not seeing them. Or I genuinely ran out perfectly. I don't believe me. How did I do this? This is what happens when I turn most of them into barrels. Oh, fluid pipe. Should put that in logistics. This is nothing but a mild tedium inconvenience. I can simply make another. I can make many more. Take some of these. Split this down into 16 here. Put these 8 back. We go to the assembler and put them in. Bonk, bonk. I guess technically speaking, it is taking more wood to have it take less time. Because assuming you're using a saw and proper cutting, it'd be 8 planks to make a chest on the old recipe. But this one is 2 logs and 2 planks, and each log is 4 planks, so that would be 10 planks to make a chest. Much faster, but less materially efficient. Not that I think you care too much in the specific case of a chest. It is, after all, made out of wood. Very renewably. Make some glass. Finally time to cast off some of the glass from here. Get my chisel so I can turn it into regular glass. Oop. Need some more as well. How much more? 2 more. And even though this is perhaps unnecessary, the chisel benefits from you doing your crafting in bulk. Chisel can parallel up to an entire stack, to put it in Greg Tech terms. Oop. But I will simply be doing 3 parallels. Fluid solidifier complete. Put that on the pile. Came up here to get a particularly good 2 amperes. I mean, we're all doing this off of 1. Because it was 16, 4, and 8, so we could do just 1 amp cable. I guess so. Put it there. Just so it's there. Now... I'm wrong. I am incorrect. It's not a fluid extractor fluid solidifier assembler for this. Because we don't do it via fluid extracting. We do it by a chemical reaction. We need a chemical reactor here. Which is simply a motor and tin. So those extra pumps were unnecessary. Oops. Well, at the very least, we know what to do with the rotor. Take that out. Take that in. Make a rotor. I like this sort of, like, stamp in off type of motion. To just, like, declare, hey, make one. A little odd, but it is entertaining to me. Okay, let's make some motors. How many more do we need? Assembler will need 1, 2... Okay, we're gonna need a lot. 3, 6, 8, 10 for the assembly machine. The chemical reactor simply needs 1. So, 11. I'll make 12. I'm gonna have the iron for this. Not looking good on that front. I could take some out of the... Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Not a lot. It's a start. While we're here, let's put some of these away. Nickel, nickel, cobalt, sulfur. Prioritize the raw elements this time, of which there are very few. Diamond. And I'll take the stone. Compounds, here's the elements, here's your sulfur, here's your cobalt, here's your nickel. Here's your diamond dust, here's more nickel, and stone goes in the center. Onto some cobaltite as well. Oh, it's almost through the entire chest. Huh? What was that doing in there? When did I do that? Okay, compounds are here. Only threw some dust into the works. So 12 will require 36 iron worth of stuff. The whole stack of pyrite, I want to smelt that as well. This will be enough from this furnace. $36 iron, we're gonna need 24 copper. We're gonna need a lot more tin cable, but we have the tin for that. And we have the rubber for that. Let's start with the wire mill. Iron, we want 36. We're at 32. We need 4 more. 3, 2. Technically, we need 1 less. 1, 0. Lathe all of these. That's going to take a while. All of these processes are going to take a while. Okay, once that's done, we'll put in an arbitrarily large amount of tin, turn them into cables. We will need at minimum 24 for the motors, but there is no harm in making more, because we will need more. So I will make a solid half stack of tin for this purpose, making an entire stack of tin cable, which I am confident we shall use in the future over time. How's this going? Centrifuge is offline. Why? Was it just in between craft? It might have just been in between craft. Look at us getting magnesia for free. Magnesia for magfresia. My past self perplexes me sometimes. I would say this is a few step downs of regular philosophy on the matter, but it just goes to show that you are not you. Over time. A NASA workbench. That sounds like it'd be incredibly expensive. Let's see here. Tier 4 hard wall, a high voltage assembly machine, another hard wall, a display, an insane voltage tier electronic circuit of some kind, 3 multi-purpose robot arms. Let's start with the advanced assembly machine. This is just an assembly machine, but gold cable, conveyor module, robot arm. IV tier. Okay, display. Display is... Oh, you know, we could maybe make a display. What's this take? Glass pane? Aluminum plate? We could make a display. We could make one thing on this list of things. Hardwall is energetic alloy frame box, which is energetic alloy, which is black steel, gold, and conductive iron, which is redstone alloy, iron dust, and silver, which is raw silicon, coal, and redstone. We can make energetic alloy. It'd be expensive, but we can make energetic alloy. And then concrete, which is clay, stone, calcite, and quartz, and water, which we can also do. So we can make tier 4 hard wall. Great. Next, we can make 3 of the 9 things here. What about the multi-purpose robot arm? Nether star plate and high voltage items. And an EV tier circuit. And a sensor lens, which is a red alloy ring, diamond lens, high voltage. Okay. Yeah, we're going there. We're 1/3, if you really want to put air quotes on it, of the way towards a NASA workbench. Who knows? Who truly knows? All right, let's get this going. We still got some rubber. Note, we've used all of it, so it's all in this tank. Let's coat our cables. Set this to 64. Yeah, my personal goal, because I worry that I am going to peter out in this as well, because, you know, Greg Tech is huge, that at the very least, I will declare Season 3, which is this season, in case you were counting, a success if we make it to the moon. The moon is my progression goal for this series. And then Season 4 will either restart again, annoyingly, or be everything we do past the moon. After, like, a break, you know. Yeah, as I understand it, getting to the moon is basically an end of high voltage thing. We made it to the start of high voltage in Season 1, so not that far past what we've ever done before. I think we're gonna run out of rubber here. Let's make some more. Food threatens to inhibit our progress. We are hungry. We hunger. We hunger. Hungerage happens. Okay, how are we going to solve the nutritional trash problem? I think the answer is more nutritional trash. Let's eat some of these. Put them in here. Now the lunchbox is smart. It will prioritize what foods we have best nutritional value for, which means it will burn through the onions and cucumbers before actually using anything else. And I think there it used the pizzas, yeah. So now that we filled out on all that, the mincemeat pizza is ready to go. And now the mincemeat pizza is gone. Plenty of iron. Plenty of iron. Right. You know what? I'm gonna do a little Gordian knotting here and completely ignore the normal progression and just make some wrought iron with my wrought iron machine. I've I've gone backwards. We got polyethylene and we were like, we're never going to need wrought iron again. And now I'm like, we've got an arc furnace. We never have to use polyethylene for this again. Just back and forth. Right tool for the right job. And what luck! Our iron rods are done. Put this into thirds, take this out, recombine those, polarize. How's the wires going? We're about halfway through, and we are out of rubber. Take some more. Put it in. Through this, we shall have our fourth and final casing and hull to make our rubber extraction setup. We were missing one earlier. Okay, you just need 2 cables and a motor. We will be with you shortly. Polarizer sounds done. Wire mill has been done for a while. Take some cables out of here. Here we go. 12. 12. 12. 12. There's our 12 motor. Put a motor in there. All we need is the cables. We have the glass. Chemical reactor complete. Add that to the list. Bonk. This is good enough to start. Let's do it. Especially considering we've already made a giant pile of tin cable already from this thing. Let's pipe this up. Now, piping it up is going to be no difficult task. We have plenty of fluid pipe, and everything else just sort of works. Wrench here and our wire cutter. Those are the critical components we shall need. As for where we'll put this, all it does is take in a vaguely infinite supply of sulfur and a vaguely infinite supply of rubber and makes stuff out of it. Makes rubber. Provides 2 output stations, one for solidifying the rubber into a sheet or ring, and one for coating circuits. Good place for that would be maybe here. Just cycle this together. Don't fill it too much yet. Then we'll have a cable. Okay, well, what's the piping of this? Chemical reactor will go out into some pipe. What's the temperature of molten rubber? 400. Wooden pipe will not be sufficient. We will need bronze. We have 2. Most likely we'll only use 1. For now, we could only use 0. Got an idea. First off, rubber production from a fluid extractor is... No, not from a fluid extractor. From a chemical reactor is 16. That's the heaviest one we have. So that should be the first in line. Bonk. Okay, I'm gonna linearize this. Let's keep it simple. We don't need the assembler right now. We can refactor this later. We'll go chemical reactor here. The one cable right now. Fluid solidifier here. We'll then allocate a chest to hold the relevant molds. Here. Isn't there like a inventory module? It would be in the covers, yeah? Yeah, pump axe is a cover. Conveyor belt axe is a cover. What else do we got? Fluid filter cover. Machine controller cover. Activity detector cover. Fluid detector. Item detector. Energy detector. Player detector. Computer monitor? Acacia plank. Crafting table cover. Drain module cover. Needs maintenance cover. Shutter module. Advanced redstone transmitter. Metrics transmitter. Wireless needs maintenance. Wireless activity detector. Metrics transmitter. Just says cannot be used as a cover, okay. Fluid link. Okay, I was hoping there would be something that just lets me have an inventory on the side. And maybe I can manipulate it with this. It's really not an improvement. Okay, I have a scheme. I am going to attempt a scheme. Be afraid. Fear my schemes. Alright, which one of these unsorted messes would have flint in it? There it goes. Oop. Oop. Back over here. Circuit setting 1. Let's try it. Let's try the scheme. If all goes according to plan, we won't need you. I really hope this does work how I think it'll work. If it doesn't, I'm sad. But I'm sure we'll find a place for this anyway. All we've lost is 1 aluminum. Meaningful, but not extremely so. Okay. So if I do this... Okay, I right-click on it specifically. And I... No. Okay, this has been a minor failure. Tragic. Anything I can do with this? Oh. There are things I can do with this. Like a crafter. Well, it does seem like there are ways to redeem this. Unfortunately, for my purposes, this is useless. I was hoping to turn this into like a makeshift tiny inventory next to the fluid solidifier. Preferably one that could be accessed from the fluid solidifier to hold a few molds. Tragically, not what it does. So on to the chest strat we go. Get you out of here. Okay, your ring mold, your plate mold should serve you well. Then we want one pipe going from here to here. We want this to fluid auto output. We want you to simply be ready to receive. We would like a... I suppose it's fine. Hopper there. The sulfur, we don't need to restock that often. It's the rubber dust that benefits from the hopper. What am I doing? I know where I put this stuff. Take all the rubber we have so far. We may need to extract some slime later. Put it all in here. It makes it. It'll go through the pipe. It'll go into here. It'll be ready to be solidified into whatever we need. And then in the future, we can extend this pipe over, this cable over, make an assembler here, and that'll coat our wires. But at least for the time being, this is the solution. We did it. Rubber solved. And at least for low voltage, we can technically just take a rubber sheet and wrap it around a tin cable wire. Alright, cool. Mission accomplished. We've made a machine. We've acquired a device. We should probably still do the assembler. Like while we're here. Assembler, 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 assembler. What's up with the ratios involved? Why are these both at 40 and not 64? Uh-oh. Can we cancel this for a second? guess do that. Okay. This is having a problem. It's clogged on ash. That actually works to our benefit because we need emergency charcoal. I guess this is perhaps a bit too overzealous. That's fine. Give me all that. Give me all of this. Put it over here before it's too late. You're not yet at a point in history. But... oh, of course. Never piped up the benzene. Okay, that was close. I'm also going to reinstate some logs into this system. The inventory for it. Oh, that was a close one. It's supposed to show the perils of neglect. It's done. Could use a little extra space, but it's done. Considerate sand is priority target. Just turn that immediately. Spodumene has a use. I'm confident. Lithium, alumina, and silicon when put into an electrolyzer. Right, right. Lithium. My arch rival. Oh, you're not done. Oh, you got some sodalite to do. Mica. Rossula. Take the sodalite, lapis, and lazurite already present. Extract those. Take the copper and tin as well. You are the compounds, you will take the compounds. You are not the compounds, you will take the elements. Okay, power looking good right now. 16 and nil. We're fine. Out of there. We're pretty close to being able to mass produce pumps, provided we have motors. Well, we do have motors. I very much agree. And, fool that I am, accidentally made a high voltage battery instead of a medium voltage battery for something. Using that lithium. Just completely wasting it. Until I get the high voltage. But I'm sure I'll solve it the moment. The moment I get the high voltage, I will benefit from my foolishness. Truly. Also, hello. Okay, so system's good. We want the assembler. That will get us a dedicated rubber coating, and that will help not clog the system with different fluids. So, assembler. Yeah, not Not circuit assembler, you fool. Nope. Page 1, please. Thank you. Put that on the line. Excellent. What are we missing? We got the cables, the double conveyor belts, and the robot arms. Out of stuff in bulk, but this is exactly a situation why we made this rubber machine in the first place. Give me the rubber sheets. I need at least 12. So convenient. Easy conveyor bolts. Belts. Conveyor bolt. You can make a conveyor screw out of that. Okay, check that off the list for the assembly machine. Now it's just the arms. Arms is, of course, 2 motors, a piston, circuits, steel rods. We're going to need a lot of steel stuff. And then we're good. A stack will be enough. So at least for the piston, we know it's going to be an equal spread of steel and rods. Get those set up. Keep the system running. I'll just double over the next one when we need it. Motor. The other thing we need is 4 additional rods, and everything else is good. I love waiting on those rods. Wire cutter and file, I think it is. Been dragging around the wire cutters this whole time. The file is being used to make mold casts, so they're in here. It's rubber. It's taking forever, as usual. What is cobblestone doing in there? We can make 1. We need 2. Let's just do that now. Oh, hey, thank you for also following. I appreciate it. Let's see. File and wire cutter? No. Was it hammer and wire cutter? I am ashamed at my own forgetfulness. Now that I think about it, it was probably hammer and wire cutter. Made a bad guess. There we are. Prep those there. Prep these here. Prep them on top. Waiting on you, rods. Good enough. There's pistons. So there, we need 2 of these. This goes there, the pistons go there. Electronic circuits are available. Waiting on you, rods, as per usual. Done. Put these here. Fill in the recipe again. Pick that up. Assembler. Beautiful. Now, logistics for this is going to be a little annoying. The chemical reactor We're cutting on the edge of how much EU per tick we can run through one gas turbine. Any more, and we might have voltage losses that cause this thing to stall. Not that this is going to be the most energy-intensive thing in the universe. After all, we're only going to use it when we're coating wire. Still, though, I'd like to keep that in mind, and I don't want it to cover the fluid solidifier at all, because that's an output machine. We want easy access. So I'm going to make the annoying decision to just put more pipe along the side. This is annoying because I'm pretty sure we're out. We are out. Well, that's why we keep the spare bronze around. Not quite at a point where I can conveniently use polyethylene or PVC. PVC's for items. Polyethylene pipes. Plus, I don't know if they can handle molten rubber for this. So we will go with the classic. Oh. This is hammer and wrench. I have the hammer, and I always have my trusty wrench on me. Wrong way. Correct way. 1, 2. Good. Permanently set this to 24. And rubber is solved. I suppose I could have also put a pump on this side if I rotated the entire chemical reactor and just went straight down. But this is fine. This is absolutely fine. Cool, mission accomplished. Now, if I ever need some cable, I know where to go. If I ever need some rubber, I know where to go and then take 2 steps to the left. I'm feeling pretty good about this. We still good on the charcoal here. I never reconnected the charcoal to making benzene again. Disconnect this. I just wanted an emergency charcoal supply for a little bit to save our no longer running coke ovens from making our giant steam multi-blocks dead. But now that the backlog's been returned, we can leave it abandoned as always. I suppose I could have just taken these. Put them over there. Now that we've got medium voltage powering the EBF, you don't have to leverage steam for it anymore. Okay, factory's looking pretty good. So, we need a new mission. If we're going to be making more machines, and we're going to be making them more efficiently, and we're going to be wanting to just make a lot of product, we need the ability to conveniently convert the pyrolysis oven from making full benzene to making ethylene and benzene at the same time. The only thing we need to do for that is split off the fluid output to go to one of 2 locations. If benzene, go to this distillery. Sorry, if wood tar, go here, turn it into benzene, pipe it into the fuel tank. If wood gas, pipe it somewhere else. Tricky part of this is getting the filter to work, but we did see that that was a thing. There is a fluid filter cover, any low voltage circuit, and a shutter module, which is just aluminum plate and a drain module. Okay, well, just any plate, really, and a drain module, which is some metal plate, some iron bars, circuit setting 1. So if we make the fluid filter, we can do this very easily, and I won't even need to use the translocator, which I don't know if it has filtering for fluids. It might, but I don't know. Then we build another advanced distillery, have it make ethylene, have a dedicated compressor to get compressed air, cycle it on a loop into a chemical reactor to make infinite polyethylene. And then win. Now, the one hiccup in this is that I do care about the existence of PVC. And that's made from ethylene, not polyethylene. But that would require a convenient supply of fluorine, which we're not at yet. So I'll just focus on the polyethylene. It's for the construction. We are here for the construction. Advanced distillery, I've already forgotten the recipe for. Already got it here. It's just the classics, except it's in medium voltage. We're going to need some good circuits. I think we have enough diodes and low voltage circuits to just make that conveniently. Plenty of glass, steel fluid, electric pump is going to be bronze rotor. We cannot naively make that with our fluid solidifier, because we can't extract molten bronze. The grand total, 2 steel fluid pipe, easy, 2 glass, 2 medium voltage circuits, electric pump, which is the classic copper nickel aluminum shenanigans. Let's begin. Do we have any remaining copper nickel from our old adventures? Yes. Just 1 pump is all we need. Alright, we'll set that to 2, set this to 4. I think we have a handful of copper cables sitting around. If not, we can use our brand new rubber machine to make all the cable we need. Darn, we have some cable. Let's start working on that casing as well. We are currently short on polyethylene, so we're going to go with the old recipe, and it is still just wrought iron. Thank goodness for the arc furnace. Plate that. Hello, arc furnace. I've got 2 more iron for you. Back to have to do this manually. Don't want the entire oven to clog. Ooh, nice. You're doing oreberry technology. I've been neglecting the notion of crops, and I'm only really harvesting them for food. Hope to change that, though. Okay, technically I am harvesting 1 crop for industrial reasons, but that's just benzene. Here's my trees. 3 layers, 1 crop manager. All the logs we require. Thank you. So I don't have the benefits of, like, crop breeding to get better, faster crops, or any of the ore berries, really. I should, but I haven't yet. Are good. Medium voltage machine hull is ready. Let's get the distillery on this table. Get more glass. Yeah, I accidentally skipped the smeltery quest where I make all the stuff myself. I made it all myself, but I used the recipe for the compressor to make the bricks to save on resources and water, but that doesn't count for the quest. So it doesn't think I made it myself, even though I did. So I do not have the ore berries. One day I'll go back and maybe just do it by hand. Or I could just do some crazy crossbreeding and get the ore berries my own way. Copper nickels check. We need more copper cable, so yay, get to use the rubber. Go for a solid 8. Never have too little copper wire. Oh, you're right. I could just buy those. Yep, there they are. Neat. Once I'm ready for mass crop yield production, I will definitely start stealing those from the plants. Wire mill is currently set to 2. Remember to put that back to 1. Put the ingot in there. We have the copper and nickel. It is ready to go. I am missing the steel lathe and the aluminum rod. Gotta do that. Do this twice. Gonna need 2 aluminum rods to make our motor, and from there we will have our distillery. I think. Because it's 1 motor and we make 1 rod. Okay, the math works out. We're gonna need 2 rings for that. Let's use our new rubber machine. Boink. Stamp. Rubber rings prepared. Put that in there. I think that's the cactus farm. Making that noise. Pump assembly, no particular circuit. We just put it. Not yet. We're going to need the bronze rotor. 6, I think. 4 going here. 2 going here. One of those will be the rings. One of those will be the screw. This is blocking up my attempt to make the aluminum rods again. I have 2 steel rods. Why do I have 2 steel rods? Oh, I did want it to be in 2. I already forgot. Let's just make space. More iron dust to be put into the steel supply. Low voltage manager with blocks on the bottom required for ore berries produces somewhere near 3 stacks of aluminum an hour. That is really good. I've been stuck getting aluminum out of cobaltite, which has been wonderful, but that's really good. Kind of blindly waddling my way through the production. Automation's still very new to me, and bulk automation is still a foreign concept. So I'm doing a lot of things by hand manually, but so I don't have as much ability to benefit from such high production rates yet, but I'm learning. Making this rubber thing, that's learning. Making the pyrolysis oven for infinite benzene, that's learning. And one day I will have a use for 3 aluminum stacks per hour. Looking forward to it. We need to coat the cable. It's that easy. This would be hammer and file. I'm currently occupied. Put that back. I think it was actually destroyed in one day, though. I thought that's like how the second half of that sentence goes. Isn't that the full expression? Like Rome wasn't built in a day, but it burned in. Maybe it was like 3. I don't remember. Wow, I'm surprised it was 3. Okay, so Rome was neither built nor destroyed in a day. We have confirmed that fact. Pipes away, we're not using them. A little tripped up on what I'm doing at any given moment. There's our motor, which we shall use to make the rotor. The bronze plates are ready. One of these must be made into a ring. Put this in here, along with the 4 plates. This is circuit setting, I think it's 4. Yes. 4 bronze plates in, and now we need ever so slight amount of molten tin, which we have because we're cool. There's our rotor. Next up is the screw. And weirdly enough, of all the things I have, I don't have a cutting machine. I just have to go back here and pick up a saw. Only for now, though. Soon we shall have medium voltage fluid solidification. And with that, I'll be unstoppable. Okay. Rotor, screw, motor, rings. Next up is the steel pipe. Yes. One pair of 6 will make 2. One of them will be for the chemical reactor. One of them will be for the pump. Anything else I'm missing? A single copper cable. Right, fool me. I know where they go now. The pipe is ready. Give me the pump. Good. That in there. Put the other pump in here. We are missing the glass, the cable. Cable check. And the medium voltage circuits. Let's start with the glass because it's easy. Set to glass. Extract 2. This takes just long enough that I'm annoyed, but not long enough that I can leave it to do something else. It's the perfect balance of inconvenient. Slap these back to regular glass. In you go. Medium voltage processor. To do that, we are going to need 4 of these, 1 of these, 4 of these, and I believe some copper cable, but let's just focus on getting these involved. What am I missing? Not integrated processor. Ah, it's wire! Okay, that's what I was missing. And unfortunate, I just got into a frenzy of coding all of my wires. Silly me. Got too excited about my newfound rubber machine. Oh, of course, I'll need a second board. Excellent. It really is a convenient tradition I have invented. Just whenever I run out of electronic circuits, dedicate everything to making a complete stack of it. Maybe I should start doing that with the motors, but I worry that... No, I think it would be worthwhile, because even if I convert them into pistons and stuff, I will need the motors anyway. Conveyor belts for logistics, it would be beneficial, even if it's not all for crafting machines. There's our good circuits. There's our good distillery. Next step. Steel production is currently mediocre. I'm operating off of 2 brick blast furnaces. Not the most exciting thing ever. But every once in a while, when I just get a lot of dust from the lathe, I take that dust and I put it in the BBF and go from there. Technically, I could be using cactus coke, but that's not going to make it any faster because the problem is me just not paying attention to it. So the distillery. Now we consider... We need those filter covers. Fluid filter cover is going to be a low voltage circuit. That's easy. Iron plate. That's easy. Iron bars. And we're going to need 2 of these. So we need 4 iron bars. I have some bars, and there are more downstairs. Not possible to remember where I put them. And all these chests are... Oh, that's perfect. Cool. Iron bars, got some iron plate. Let's do this. Confirm, it is 2 of each. Assembler setting 1. 1, 2, 1, 2. And then 1, 1. Green module, then we'll get a shutter module, which is still circuit setting 1, and this is still circuit setting 1. Hot Exo Halconite Steel Rotor is having a bad day, huh? If I do the compressed charcoal method, it gives me back ash, right? Like a full pile of ash instead of the tiny piles. Dark ash, yeah, of course. It's the cactus coke that gives me ash. But it gives me the full pile. Because the bottleneck has not been putting charcoal or putting iron in. I can just bulk dump that stuff in. It's been the tiny piles of ashes clogging the output. So even just for the benefit of turning those tiny pile outputs into regular pile outputs, I think that would be worth it. So I will do that, and thank you for that advice. Instead of getting like, 8 per craft. I think it's 4 per craft. Yeah, I could put an entire stack of compressed charcoal in there, and it'll just go until it's depleted. Then I just replenish the iron as it goes. Great. One thing at a time. Oops. Did the funny cover placing. You. That is really the spirit of Greg, isn't it? Let me check the power requirements on wood tar distilling. Sorry, wood gas. Wood tar is what we're already doing. 64 EU per tick. That is half medium voltage. Then, well, let's make sure we're looking at the right thing. Ethylene. Then from ethylene, it is chemical reactor combined with, in this case, it'll be compressed air for convenience. There we are. 30. That's low voltage, of course. So that's 75% of medium voltage. And then finally, the compressor itself is 2 EU per tick. Okay. So 1 medium voltage gas generator will be plenty. A little bit of a shame. This could double up. It can't, but it could. This medium voltage gas generator is providing distillery power for this, which is also 64 EU per tick. It'd be cutting it real close, but we could run 2 off of this one. Especially because it's not powered all the time. In fact, it would practically be powered only when the other isn't. This is not at full power requirement. So we separate this gas turbine out a little bit, have it power this and power the other one. And if they each hold a medium voltage battery within it, that'll help level out the load during peak production time, which is for like 10 seconds every minute. Then we get a transformer to step down to low voltage, and I think that would cover the other machines as well. That is the ominous noise of me having a bad idea. Thank you, game. I gotta make more sandwiches. Pot pie is not doing enough. Let's chart this out for a second. So, this is our split. We have the shutters. Let's get the filters. This is exciting. This is some advanced logistics. If I'm doing this, then maybe I do want to move this output bus out of the way. It's sort of taking up space. Then I can put the gas turbine down here. Big cable, small cable. No, that's way too pricey. even better. We put the two distilleries on top of each other. I have in a previous season, but not here today. Or this season. So input here, power will be here, output could be below? Maybe. If the power's already here, then it'll be transformed below. So this will just be a giant, like, vertical stack. So face that way. Let's test out these newfangled fluid filters. See if they work. I put that there. Go to the machine. I open this menu up. Filter input is correct. Whitelist, blacklist is fine. Block output, allow output. Definitely block output. The filter is empty. We are going to need a cell of wood gas to do this. To get one, I think the easiest method would be... Where'd my wrench go? Is it still here? Yes. I think easiest method would be to just do that. Wait for the next cycle. This will fill up with at least a stack of wood gas. Pick it up, put it back in. Be good there. I need a cell. I have a cell. Now just wait 34 seconds. And if this is the way we're gonna do it, then I think, because there'll only ever be two possible fluids, we can use the wood gas for both. Whitelist one, blacklist the other. So this will be whitelist wood tar. This will be blacklist wood tar. I don't have to pull the same stunt with wood gas. Oops, it's in the pipe. Can I take it out of the pipe? No. That's a... Well, I mean, I guess, if we're... Oh, I get it. But in the event that this is wood gas, it still needs to... like, prepare it. Break that. That was a failure. We'll just wait till the next round. So this will whitelist. Wood tar is exactly what I want. The filter for wood tar will prevent wood gas from going into the first block, so it will default to move to the next pipe. Yes, but in the event of wood gas... Okay, so... by making... okay, so the wood tar will always go into the first machine it detects, then. If the whitelist is good. I do have the second filter, and I would like it around just in case that I do something over here. Like, this chest gets full, this backs up, it just makes... No, the real problem would be if this tank fills up with benzene, this stops, and then it clogs. Then the wood tar would go into here. So I will blacklist wood tar, which will effectively whitelist wood gas. I'll play it safe. You have wood tar in you now. I take you out. I open this cover. The filter is now wood tar. I might back up on benzene. Not necessarily by intention, but by maladministration, let's say. I am using it for power, but I don't have enough generators right now. Wood tar is whitelisted, wood tar is blacklisted. Let's put the pipes back in and see what they do. Bonk, bonk. This is empty. Okay, so this is set to 3. I believe wood gas to ethylene is setting 2 by memory. Check it. It is setting 2 for wood gas. Yes. Very good. Come out here. We can make it go out downwards. But that will be ethylene. We then have a cycle of 2 low voltage machines just funneling back and forth to each other. A compressor and another chemical reactor. In fact, what were we using this chemical reactor for anyway? It was for rubber. But we're good on rubber now. This is empty. Oh, it's empty because this is full. This is also full. I guess we just have some spare molten rubber around. Can't get rid of it that easily. And it's stopped because it's out of raw rubber dust. Makes sense. Let's just use this chemical reactor. All we ever built it for was rubber anyway. So the ethylene goes down here on top of the old dungeon ceiling. Right here. With a better rotation. No, don't give it a better rotation, because this is not our output. Our output will be at the... No, it will be. This will be our output. The compressors are not our output. So, this distillery pipes out the bottom. Wood gas, if it ever gets it. We can now theoretically just shift this over and make less benzene per second. We do a full work days of work, the classic 9 to 5. The charcoal will still make benzene, and we have enough of a backlog that we're okay with that. Then the rest of the wood gas will go here. That makes sense. Also, congratulations on getting to the moon. That is something I haven't done yet. Where's my sleeping bag? Okay. Thought I lost it again. Primary steam power. Impressive. Okay. Distilleries check. This is making wood tar. And now it's making wood gas. We now need is... Well, this doesn't have power, so it won't do anything. I'm okay with that for the moment. We need to move this machine up. Copper cable going there, there, and a transformer. This will be the output, I've realized. The way this will work is power will go in here from the transformer. Then it needs to go one step back into the compressor, which will be here. The transformer will, power out that way and out through this way. Then this will output empty cells, which will go... No, this will output empty cells into here, which will then be compressed and then piped over through some tiny tin back in here, which shall be the ethylene. So then we need a separate pump to output into, I don't know, maybe like a tank if we care. We could just use the internal tank buffer. And that'll be our polyethylene. Great, I need some annealed copper. And another compressor. Actually, my first compressor. The only compressor I have right now is steam-powered. Not very available. How do I make a compressor? I assume it's pistons. Yes. Alright, 2 more motors to go. 1 more motor to go. Meanwhile, we need the transformer as well. So I'm going to need 2 casings for this. For wrought iron. Ew. Gotta go electrolyte some more calcite, huh? Put that there. Currently, my major oxygen plan is to take the ashes as a byproduct of the benzene construction, particularly the quicklime, and just electrolyze that as needed. Plus, I'll get free stuff out of that, like iron. Extra cable. Need tin for that. Split the tin. That cable in here for now. The vending machine is done. Quick check. The transformer is hulls, not casings, right? Yes, I do need to do this. Oops. I would like that back on, please. Okay, I think we're good. And wrought iron. Centrifuging compressed air cells gives you nitrogen and oxygen. Ethylene's a better ratio for molten polyethylene than air plus ethylene. It is. I do know that. I don't know what I would do with that nitrogen, though. And the compressed air is a very convenient ratio because 1 craft of polyethylene using compressed air instead of oxygen gives exactly 1 cell's worth of ethylene. As opposed to, like, 1.5. I don't even know if it's that clean of a ratio. Looking at the polyethylene chemical reaction, we can see that with oxygen, There are too many options here. Give me polyethylene cell. Benzene. Just type it in myself. Polyethylene cell. Chemical reactor. 144 to 144. Directly. As opposed to with oxygen, it's 216. And sourcing the oxygen's a little tougher, so I'll stick with the compressed air. Motor tech on its way. Wrought iron is complete. Check. No, you're fine. You're fine. It's a welcome change from everyone having no idea what I'm doing at any given moment. Polarization is complete. Put these in here. We are missing the copper cable, which I have not been making. Oh, hey, if you look at it from, like, the perfect angle, these... You can see through the two blocks here. That's neat. I mean, it's a problem. It's an error, but I'm fine with it. Oh, right, the spare copper wire from earlier. Surprised it went so unnoticed when it's at the perfect head height to see it. Doot, doot, doot. Doot, doot. There's our motors. Now we convert them to pistons. Lathe 8. Bend 8. Let's get these back into circulation, huh? EBF, do your thing. Nice. Bend, we want 2 here. It's gonna take a while. Well, let's peruse. You are at 2 stacks and falling. We may need to take some more charcoal out of the pyrolysis. Or logs out of the farm. I think I'll go with the logs. Then again, the creosote might be building up on these. You're doing some things with the channel point redemptions, I see. If you want to open, like, the full floodgates of what you can do with those points, I recommend hitting the load resource button repeatedly. That little white square above me is a loading bar. Think of all the iron encased within. I could have it. Like what? 5 gives you 2. So 50 would give you 20. Pretty good. I'll give you the full exposition on what Excels is once you finish loading it. Compressor complete. finally got that achievement. Okay, so it will be like this then. Output will be here. You will have like one empty cell. Well, maybe two. Make sure it's doing something while you can. So, item auto output will be prepared. You do not have power. That is absolutely fine. Let's get some item pipes. Okay, so Excel's is loaded. If you're familiar with Reddit R place, it's that, basically. You can change the colors to one of 16 possibilities, as described by an old Microsoft color standard. I try and draw something at the start of every stream, and then everyone can mess with it or draw something else. Or modify it, some people choose to do that. Just change the colors, but keep the shape. I came up here for a reason. I do not remember what. Ah, item pipes. Logistics. Beautiful. I only need two. Here. Go here. So the compressed air shall go back into here. We can do item auto output. And the exact recipe we want makes molten polyethylene and leaves the cell empty. Conveniently, that is just circuit 1. Circuit 1. You're ready. You're ready. Item auto output. Item auto output. It'll go like that, then it'll go like that. I think we're ready. We just need the power. And for that, I need the transformer. I guess I never did end up using you, huh? Well, back in the inventory you go. I could really use those batteries. Let's make a sodium battery. We don't need lithium for this. Logistics. Any more tiny pin cable? No. And we'll need more for the... Take the annealed copper. How many will we need for this? The generator will go out. It'll go into the first machine. The second machine's below. We will need both. Okay. And then regular copper alloy. Copper wire for the transformer. That's cheating. Meanwhile, we need more tin cable. Just a few. We shall give it the classic rubber coating. I am very happy with this machine. It very much trivializes the wire to cable conversion, which used to be a complete pain with rubber sheets and everything. Especially before fluid extracting rubber. Or chemical reacting rubber. I was stuck with the alloy smelter for so long. What do you mean by that? Oh, right! Wait a minute. Allow input. Oh, okay. Wait, yeah, okay. So I won't need that tin item pipe then, you're saying? Interesting. Try it. Okay. Bonk. So... I didn't see anything happen. Ah, shift click. Well, shift isn't showing the thing. Is it the hammer? Okay, screwdriver, definitely screwdriver. Maybe it's because I can't see that side, or... Yeah, it's not giving a chat message. Let's try breaking one open and screwdrivering on the face itself. Input filter on. Input filter off. So we want that input filter on. Input from output side allowed. And input filter off. Okay. There it is. So I guess that means we're going to have to set it up and then wrench rotate it into position for this one. Just hoping that works. Also, wrong way. The output facing side needs to be against this block for what I'm doing. So wrench it over here, screwdriver it, wrench it back. So okay. So theoretically, I put the two cells in, and it will just pass back and forth. So long as item auto output is on, which it is, which it is. Good. Blend. Oh, there's my battery. Put some of the junk away. Just get some more inventory space to work with. Don't need the pipes that... Oh, I've been holding tin pipes this whole time. Wild. Okay, now it's just the transformer. Make it. Made it. We have the annealed cable, or one side. So we will go here. The generator must move. Because this needs to be a cable now. No real care for what exact side we do it. There. Down. Just need the pipe. Bonk. And back in production. In theory. In practice, you're sitting there doing nothing because the benzene is one way. But once benzene's back in the system, you will have power again. And I can force that to be real. Okay, no, you're self-sustaining now. Give you a little extra from the reserve tank, just in case. You're good. You're good. You're already making ethylene, and you want to be fluid auto-outputting down. Next up is the transformer, which shall be going from medium voltage to low voltage with a little connector cable there. This will be the big test. Oh! Okay, compressor's working. Once the compressor's complete, we'll see it possibly go in here if the screwdriver trick works. It worked. Now we'll go back. Yes. We have a winner. Polyethylene. Unlimited polyethylene. Wow. This is great. Now I'm gonna make all the... Well, I suppose technically I could get rid of all the wooden pipes, swap them out for polyethylene pipes if I really care about good fluid transport on my benzene. It seems fine so far, but as I strain the system more, basic logistics are going to be more of an issue. But the big benefit is all of the convenient polyethylene-related crafting I can do. I can make hulls. I can make... Actually, I don't remember what else I can make. Right! There's, like, circuit stuff. I can autoclave carbon fiber. The buses, the hatches... bulk circuit boards. Item filter, apparently. Battery hulls for cheap. Displays. Transistors. Ooh, water tank sidings. Make more water. This is going to be a grand benefit to logistics. We win. How's the everything else going? Okay, but this is a milestone. This is a step into the future. There is only one problem, and that is that we are now producing approximately half of the benzene we used to. And I'm a little worried that it might not be at replacement. Most of the benzene is cycling through this machine, and I think it's enough. It looks like it's enough. But it does mean that we are already at a point where if we were running every single generator perpetually, we would be losing benzene. Long-term solution to that would, of course, be to make another pyrolysis oven to make only wood tar instead of a mix of both. Other option, advanced coke oven, like we did in Season 1. Oh, you can see the translocator working actively. Cool. And use that to just pure charcoal into advanced... well, into wood tar. It's a bit less materially efficient on the logs, but it is faster per second. Still, though, a steady supply of polyethylene, a steady supply of benzene. We have a real good shot of making a lot of machines and finally doing some major bulk processing. I am looking forward to it. But I'm going to end here. It's been, for me, 6 hours. I am nearing pollution effects. I've already seen some pollution effects happen, and particularly if I stand right here. There's fog going on. Not anymore because my EBF is off, but I've already got the hazmat suit ready. So we should maybe be good. I'm going to stop here, though. For me, it's been 6 hours. That is more than usual. Thank you for having a fun time. It's a good vote of confidence. Just stand in a vaguely scenic location. There we are. The factory in full its glory. I'm Exception. This isn't TV. Have a good day and good night.